Welcome, everybody. Can you hear me? Wow, what an intro. Hold on, guys. How's that? All right, let me know. Am I still echoing? I know Ranger's getting a kick out of this one. I told you guys there might be a row of experiments in the house and mistakes. I know, I can hear the echo too. I wonder why I got an echo. Hold on. So you guys can't hear me? Now you can, because I know I'm echoing. Hold on, hold your ears, put your earplugs in. I think Marshall's somewhere. He's interfering with my reception. Hold on, you guys. Yep, that's Marshall. He's got to be doing it. All right, hold on. All right, you guys, you know what? Hold on, I think I found the problem. Hold on. I think I might figure it out. You know, this is when I need one of my kids to help me out. You know, they're always doing something, always busy. Marshall is doing this. That's why I'm in echo mode. All right, hold on. I got my kid coming. All right, can you hear? Shit, this is annoying me. This is really not how the show is supposed to start. I worked really hard today. Goodness. And I don't even got no gummy bears to make them go away. Salty, where are you? Explain to me why I'm having this till 11, please. Yeah, maybe I should rap or something. You're right.
Oh, it's really bad on my end.
Shaq is hanging out with the pack.
And bad.
The show's going to the sack.
Shaq.
What? How do I fix this?
Bad.
I know. You didn't tell me the trick of how to fix that part.
Shaq. Fix part.
You're right, Fast Eddie. It wouldn't be a shack show without audio and interweb issues. True
I
fact.
feel like I'm on the worst. I feel like I'm like really bad. bad. Worst case of drugs. Twilight Zone.
The
No, that was a
LSD
bad
channel.
Bad batch.
How do I fix it? Do I go to the computer and hit the mic? I think, right? I shut the mic down. That's what I got to shut down, right? All right, microphone access. Let's click that off. I shut my screen off. Hold on, guys. Uh-oh. What's that?
It sounds like your headphones are really close to your microphone.
I don't even got headphones plugged in.
You know, like when you're karaokeing and you have the microphone in your hand and you walk over to the karaoke machine.
Right. Oh, I got it. I bet you it's the volume. Yeah. Watch. How's that? Did I fix it? Now I can't hear you.
No. CD time, and I mean that's the only thing I really carried. I had a pager at one time I carried in my pocket and some change, and
right.
I don't know.
But you have no echo now, right?
I don't have no echo.
That's good, because I figured it out. I had the volume blasted on the other end, and then I had the volume on this end, and that's why there was an echo, and I have no headphones on, no microphone. I'm doing this solo like, so I figured it out. Okay, so guess what? Are you there? Can you hear me? You didn't take a 30 yet, did you?
Yeah, you got some weird looping going on.
All right. You stay put. I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. I'll be right back. I think, yeah. I have to do that disappearing act again, I think. Let's see if that works. Stay put. Don't go nowhere. All right, let's go here.
You probably fixed it, huh?
I don't know. Did I?
Yeah, you fixed it.
I did? Okay, so I don't have to go on that one. So we don't have no audio issues right now. Oh,
no, but
right.
you have no. It's been a minute since you've live streamed. I can tell, huh?
I think the last time we did a stream was 5 months ago, maybe.
Yeah, it's really obvious. Like you have no background picture going on. It feels like it's just me and you in like in a dark room, a really great room.
Are you?
Really
Wait a minute. Okay.
Yeah. Whoa!
How's that?
You just made me bigger. Whoa! I just feel like I gained like 100 pounds.
I know. Huh? My head is not as big as your salt shaker, though. I'm jealous. But you see the icons, right?
I do see the icon. I wonder if it helps. Yeah. So yours is gray because I have my stop cam on. But if I turn my...
That one. Can you see it now?
Yeah. A lot better.
All right. What about there? There. No. There. Yep. So that looks good right there, right?
Yeah, that looks good. I mean, we have a good start going on. Now maybe we can just add like a background picture and maybe some ambiance.
Yeah, hold on one second.
There's a lot that goes into streaming.
I know. It has been a minute, man, because I could get that other part stuff working pretty good. All right, I can't get a Christmas tree right now. I don't got enough memory. How's some flowers?
Yeah, that's bright enough. I mean,
or would you like some clouds? floating
Yeah, I
in
feel
the
like
air.
I'm on cloud 9 now, and we're up in the clouds. So that feels like you're taking me fishing now.
I'm taking you camping. Let's go to the mountains in Alaska. Let's go by the water. Let's go fish.
Okay.
Or let's go pretend we're going to heaven. We'll go see God.
Yeah, I don't think I haven't repented that much, but
No, I haven't either. So we're in
it's
trouble.
worth a try, right?
Right.
The worst you can
How
say
about
is no, turn
how about
around, go back.
how about looking at the shack lady all day?
Oh, that's
That's a pretty
scary
cool
sight. Yeah.
picture.
Yeah, we need to put that
Hey,
one
come
away.
on. Look, let me see this layout real quick. How do we do this layout? No, not that one. Let's do this one. Nope. Nope. I don't know how to do these layouts.
I mean, like, this is fine, but the background picture is pretty scary.
How about that one?
I don't know. This reminds me of some like hillbilly lady that's up in the woods, and she like she lures people in and then eats them. I don't know. I could be way off on this one, but I mean, there's a lot of spookiness and suspect to this picture.
It is pretty wicked. You know what? When I had created it, it took me a minute, but I really didn't pay much attention to the face. But you really gotta look at the face. It's pretty damn rough.
Oh, the nose looks completely broken off the face. I mean, if you look at the nose, it's like it's in one of the eyeballs there. I don't know what is going on or who the hell what plane she fell out of and smacked head first, but there's a lot going on there.
Right? There was no reference to anything, so it was just, you type in things that you want to create, and then all of a sudden, boom, magic, it's there. How about that? I created that AI art too. That's
Yeah,
actually a
again,
picture of my
that's bright.
backyard rose bush.
That's something I'd probably see at like my mom's house back in the 90s.
That is your mom's house. What are you talking about?
Oh
That's the
my God, yeah,
backyard.
duh. Jesus Christ, I forgot.
Yes, that's my rose bush. Silly.
Oh,
Goodness. Yeah. So you like that one, or do we go
hold on.
back to camping trip?
Flipping through my memo pad to make sure we're on the same memo. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I got it now. Right.
Okay. Yeah. Is that you like that one, or which one did you like preferably?
Well, I mean, I feel like if this would be like in the springtime in June, and we're back in the 90s, and it's probably hanging around somewhere between your living room and kitchen. This is what I could see this one hanging around. I don't know.
Like that one? Or do you want to go to
Yeah,
the mountains in Alaska?
I
No
like the
fish are going to
I
jump
like
out of
the
the
mount.
water.
I do like the mountains in Alaska. The other one made me feel like I was in a field in
That's Alaska
Seattle
too.
somewhere. Oh man, how pictures can change perspective on everything.
And wait, what is that? That's the sky. What else do we got? I kind of eliminated some of these things because I had so much of that other stuff that we had going on. I've got the Titanic.
The Titanic is pretty cool.
Yeah, but it's not really my picture, so I have to reference it. And that too. I have to reference that too.
They sunk that bitch on purpose, the Titanic. You know, that was full of rich people and people who held a lot of patents, and they pulled the trigger.
Yeah, and we got that one, which can't see that one very good. Then we have this one, of course, and then we have, of course, our disclaimer. Got to have a disclaimer wherever you go. And then what else? And then we have back to the shack pack. There we go, right there. So which one you like? That's all I got. I don't have very much.
Well, I think whatever makes you happy. If you like the shack lady, that was your first one. It is quite bright. When I'm staring at the screen, I feel like I need my sunglasses on at night.
I know it's going to end up hurting my eyes probably too, because I have it really bright right now. And let me see. Let's see. Where are we going here? Let's just settle this down. I say we'll just go ahead and we'll settle with that one.
There you go. I like that.
All right. Sounds good.
It looks like lavender, but it's not.
Yeah, well, it is actually
Can you identify what kind of plant that
flowers.
is?
But it's not lavender flower, but it's a lavender color.
It is. I wonder if anybody is in chat is familiar with this kind of plant. Being in Alaska, maybe someone's from Alaska or have been to Alaska, or maybe they're just good at identifying plants. Do you guys know what kind of plant that is that she has in her background?
I don't know. That's not my backyard.
Vision says that's fireweed. Damn,
Is it
girl,
fireweed?
fireweed. I bet you it is fire, huh? I have to try some of that weed.
I wonder if I think you can make tea out of fireweed. If I'm correct, I don't know. I'd have to look that up. That's interesting.
Last time I said that shit was fire, I was lit. I mean, I was pilt back. I couldn't even like think straight for a second. Yeah. Then I lost total memory, complete memory loss. I just wanted to drink a lot of Kool-Aid and eat a lot of ice cream and eat a lot of like frozen tacos.
Did I tell you a story about my frozen taco experience?
No.
Yeah, I was driving on I-10, going through Texas, as a matter of fact, and had to hit up Jack in the Box, right? I was heading to Florida, and I know in Florida we don't have a Jack in the Box out there. And the last Jack in the Box that you'll bump into is in Louisiana. Okay. Then the next one would be like Nashville, Tennessee. And then, so you got to know where your hit spots are for Jack in the Box. Okay. And if you want to know, there's some in Missouri and there's all in the West Coast. But anyways, that's my favorite taco shack, right? And I go to the drive-thru and I tell her, look, I need some regular tacos so I can eat some now. But I said, I want you to do me a favor. And I asked the lady, I said, can you do me a huge, huge favor? I want to order 20 tacos, but I don't want you to cook them. And I don't want to put lettuce on it. Don't put salsa on it. Just don't cook it. I just want to buy them frozen. The girl sold me 20 tacos frozen. Kid you not, put them in the igloo. Boy, I had Jack in the Box at home at my convenience. It was so awesome. Because all I had to do was slice up some lettuce and then add the hot sauce. It's pretty cool. They're not supposed to do that, but I got lucky.
I got to stay away from like spicy or hot sauce stuff because I've been having a lot of heartburn and antacid. And it's to the point to like if you can't even really burp it out. If you burp, it would like come out your nose and it burns like hell. And you just don't want to be rushed to the ambulance because it hurts so bad.
We have a story about hot sauce. A really bad story about hot sauce. But you know what? I recommend you taking a probiotic every day.
I think there's a song called Hot Sauce.
I don't know. I never heard it.
Like don't mess with my hot sauce. Have you ever had people mess with your hot sauce? I used to like Tapatio. Tapatio is my favorite hot sauce.
Is it really?
You can't get that like at a restaurant or anything. They always have like that one Chinese type of hot sauce with a little rooster on it. You know, that made it famous. It was all over Netflix and stuff. And and then I think the other kind of hot sauce you can get is like it's really liquidy. Oh, Tabasco, but that's not really hot sauce.
No, you know how long it takes to make Tabasco sauce, though? That's made out in Louisiana.
Louisiana?
Yeah. And did you know that I watched a documentary on Tabasco sauce, and I've got my own little version of Tabasco sauce marinating in a blue glass closed jar, along with my vanilla on the side.
Did you know Exposing's on her knees right now in front of me?
What?
Yep.
I don't need to hear that dirty talk. Come on. What is she doing? Cleaning?
No, she's literally on her knees. She was like right below me. Like I looked down and I was like,
"You're messing with her."
No, seriously, I even put my hand on top of her head and did that like bobbing thing up and down.
Too much information.
Hey, Lordy, down there? I should put this. If you have this on camera,
probably grabbing something underneath the couch or something. Yeah. But there's probably a reason. You're just trying to make it look really gruesome.
I was getting really excited.
Yeah, you were.
We was gonna have to take a 30 because that's all I got in me.
Poor girl. Poor girl.
I know.
I don't know.
Poor guy.
No, I
Oh,
said poor girl, not guy.
oh,
Poor girl.
damn it. Why is it always got to be about a girl?
Oh, man. We suffer a lot. You know, we really do. We
You
really
guys
do.
do. I can't imagine going through a period every month and having to put a log up in me just to hold back the flame.
You know, a man invented that.
The flame or the log?
The log.
You would have thought a woman would. Like,
Yeah, you would
how the
think
hell
a
do I hold
woman
this
would.
shit up? And her man's like, well, here, let me just shove this bunch of Q-tips up there and see if this works.
I know, isn't that horrible?
Well,
A woman really needs to address that issue and redesign or re-engineer that whole setup for women.
I don't know.
Because it can be traumatic experience the first time. Trust me. Yeah, for the first time, poor girls, man, we go through a lot of crap. We really do. Then
Wow,
we
your
take.
chat is on fire. Look at that.
Really?
Oh, sorry.
Well, you know what I forgot to do, Salty, because I had
There's like
Marshall's interference.
yeah, but four of my favorite, five, like everybody's like American Honey. She's my favorite. Me and her have been secretly talking telepathically. Don't tell
Really?
nobody. Yeah, I know she hears me. Ranger. Oh man, like always good to see Ranger.
I know.
Who else is in here? Stony. Holy shit, you got Shit Show. Shit. Yeah, I haven't seen Shit Show for a while. You
I
got
haven't either.
You got Team Sassy. You got Mare.
We got a bunch of awesome people in here
there's
right now.
buddy, like my buddy Fast Eddie. Like me and him I just got off the phone with Fast Eddie. Like we were just chopping it up and shit, like planning on what time, like who's gonna win, like of the football game and stuff. And
really, who's gonna win?
Like which game?
I don't know. Which game were you talking about?
Next Mondays for like how Christmas falls on a Monday.
Oh yeah, I know. I got to work that day. Well, what about Super Bowl? Who do you think is going to win the Super Bowl?
Well, that depends on who's going to make it to the Super Bowl.
Who do you think is going to even try to make it?
Well, I think like the Brooklyn Dodgers and the the LA Lakers and the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Wait a minute. Are we talking basketball or football?
Wait, but you just asked me who was going to go to like the World Series.
No, I said Super Bowl. Ding dong.
Oh, Super Bowl. Sure. I think San Francisco 49ers definitely, and the New England Patriots.
Patriots would have a good chance, I think. Well, we'll find out when the Super Bowl comes. And I said Patriots, if they win, y'all can tip my tip jar. I'm bad at betting.
Yeah,
and
definitely,
do that for me.
Definitely, if it's not the Patriots, it's definitely the Denver Broncos.
Well, Broncos are not bad.
Yeah.
But how many times did they win the Super Bowl? They did win once, right?
I don't know. I think they do have some margins in their statistics somewhere.
Yeah, I can't remember. Been a long time ago. But guess what? I forgot to say hello to everybody.
I know you did. So I'm going to take a 30. You're going to say hello to everybody because you have a list of fans in here. And I'll be right back. I got to go look for something to drink.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Great to see you. I am so happy that everybody is here, ready to go. I am excited about this comeback as well. I know it's been a minute, a long minute. 5 months? I think the last time I did a really long stream. Now, of course, we're not going to do a 16-hour stream. Okay, we can't do no insomniac, whatever you call it, because I got to go to the doctor's tomorrow. But I'm excited to be back. I know there's going to be a lot of good things coming ahead of us. And, there might be some things that'll change too. And I foresee something, because obviously we, inch a little bit to give you guys something good. And then, there's always got to be somebody else that's got to step on somebody else's parade of goodwill or their good intention. And that's okay. I'm prepared for that because guess what? I can outsmart them too because I have a backup plan. I always have a backup plan. So they forget that I'm a mother and that I've experienced a few things in my lifetime. And I'm just going to have to take my little expertise experience and my little baggie of goodies and do what I can do. So we'll see what comes about that. But I don't know if all of you have seen the latest, but we're going to talk about that in a minute. But first, I'd like to say hello, Star. My Cayenne Banana's here. Bonbon's here. We got Rangers in the house. Team Sassy. Stony Baloney is in the house. We got Green Eyes. We've got Fast Eddie, Shit Show. We got Mayor. Oh my gosh, I got to scroll so much. You guys type fast too. We got Intuitive. We got Star. Did I say her? Anyway, so it don't scroll all the way up so I can't see everybody. And for those that are not chatting in the chat, well, welcome to our show. This is going to be a really interesting topic that we're going to talk about tonight, and I'm excited about it. I'm saddened about it, though, to be honest with you. Obviously, the title is what the title is. And so I've been trying to work on this screen share, and it's taken me 2 years to still figure it out. I'm just not tech savvy. So, but I was really trying to practice today. And one way or the other, I think eventually I will learn it. I will figure it out. But I told you and I warned you all, for some people like myself, other people can do it faster. It takes me a little longer, but that's okay. I'm good with that because then once I get it, then I'm gonna master it, right? So I'm not butthurt by it at all. I'm just gonna learn it at my pace, and we'll be okay with it. So, but yeah. So let's. You know what? I wanted to mention before we get into our main topic, okay? Because that's going to be a long session, okay? So get prepared. So right now, I want to talk about last night's show. Somebody put a little bug in my ear saying that the Vegas Girl show, that they saw Salty and they were texting and messaging or calling people up saying that he was under the influence pretty much. And I laughed. I had to laugh so hard, you guys, because I said, no, he wasn't inebriated or anything. He was sober. I said, y'all don't get him. Obviously, he was storytelling. I don't know how they missed that part, but it is what it is. But that was kind of an interesting show, to say the least. Vegas Girl, if you're out there listening, maybe I would love to interview you. I would love to have the opportunity to get to know you. I have never met you. I've never spoken with you. But I think, you know what? I would love to have you as a guest on my show. So if you hear this message or somebody else hears the message, maybe they can pass the message to her down the grapevine and let Vegas Girl know that I would love to have her on my show so I can interview her. So I would love to have that opportunity. So if you're game, let me know. You're back.
Mm-hmm. From the dead.
I know. Did you go pee too? Because when you get something to drink, you end up having to go pee. So I got to remind you, because you can't leave me alone too long.
I grabbed something to eat though. She made sloppy joes, and I hurried and whipped together a little sandwich, and I put some fries in there. and I mashed it real quick.
Ooh, that sounds good. Sloppy Joe.
I know
Mm-mm-mm.
I'm still pulling some out of my teeth.
I had leftover lasagna. The broccoli cream lasagna. Oh, that stuff was pretty darn good. I'm gonna have to make that homemade. I did buy a box, pre-made, so I cheated. But yeah. So, what do you guys think? Don't you think that's a great idea that we need to have Vegas Girl on our show? What do you think,
Yes,
Salty?
absolutely. Where is
I
she
think
at?
so
You know,
too. I don't know.
she invited me on her show. Check this out. This is how this all goes down. I don't even know about this lady. Don't even know who she is. I hear her ranting and raving about me one day. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
so I go check her out. I see like there's two people watching, and she's kind of like going on a spill about something about Lacey H and whatever. I thought, okay, not I'm not interested. Well, then I hear she's like talking about me. I'm thinking, what the fuck, lady? Why are you talking about me? So I went on her show,
Uh huh.
and then it was like early morning, and I just woke up, and I had to be at work in like an hour, and I usually use 45 minutes of that hour to like pretend I'm sleeping, but I'm not, and I just and wish I wasn't going to work. You know, those
Right.
kind of minutes. Those are very valuable minutes, Shack lady. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know if you really
I
understand how
know.
valuable. Yeah,
Oh, I
because it's
do.
really hard to wake up, and you're just like, fuck, every minute counts. And I
Right.
hurried and threw my blankets up. Yeah, I was in my boxers, raced out into the garage, fired up the computer, and
Mm-hmm.
uh, and it was cold out there. It had to have been at least 28 degrees, and I have little
Wow.
man syndrome going on, and so I booted up the computer, and I'm shivering, waiting for the damn thing to boot up, and it's taken forever, and finally it boots up, and I pull up her channel, and then there's a link in the comments, and I heard and jumped on it, and she's like, "Oh, it's a surprise guest, Salty," and I was like, "Hello," and I was really polite to her, and then I just gave her like 5 minutes worth of suggestions, and that was it. It was getting really cold out there. I didn't even bring a blanket or nothing, not even a jacket, and so
Right.
I should have known better. I did equip myself though. I do have a blanket out there just in case for emergencies like that. Um, so the next day, she goes full raid hate on me. I will never allow salty pancakes to come up again. I'm thinking, oh, wow, did you join the crowd? And and what she did. And then that's when she had Fumble and Kaylee around and Lacey around. And then it turned into like the drama queens with Lacey. Then the next day it was I hate Lacey. Then the next day was I hate everybody. And so finally I just extended an olive branch to her and I said, look, I don't have nothing against you at all. I don't know you. I don't know why you talk about me. You don't even know me.
Right.
Just because you see other people doing it, why do you have to do it? If someone was to tell you to go jump off a cliff, would you do it too? You know, if you're easily swayed by what other people tell you to do. Um, so anyway, I told her, I'm sorry for if I've ever offended you, and that was it. Then she invited me on her show. Well,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know she was inviting me on her show to like fucking drill me, like I was on court TV or something, and she was the judge, and I had to answer to her. Like, I want to know this, Shaq. Who gave her this list, or who prepped her, or who pre-prepped her these questions? Because she had a fucking agenda, and I could tell the first question, and what I did was I skirted around it and then just ran circles around her, and then she asked a second question that was really like you could tell someone had told her to ask these questions. So finally, I realized her intentions of what her intentions were to bring me on the show. I read her like a map, and then finally I just played her game, and then and then she was like, well, and she was like the Dylan Rounds community, how it's Fumbles and Kaylee's community. I'm like, are you what are you nuts, lady? I put more work in on dealing rounds than Fumble ever could or would.
Well, exactly. Well,
And
first of all,
Kaylee,
Fumble Nuts
I was
wasn't there in
way
the
before
beginning.
Kaylee. Kaylee was like on Doug's, and I'm already out having beers with Kurt. So if you want to, I mean, I don't know what kind of language you're talking now, like what kind of native tongue or you just spoken to God and you're going through a hallelujah moment. But you're fucking wrong. Then she went into then she went into full witch mode, and then I was like, oh yeah, well what about those nails that you threw out there and those little kids stepped on, you cruel and unusual punishment lady. And then that was it. She kicked me off. She didn't want to have to.
So that's the lady that's the lady you were on the show with, the one that made someone else's child as punishment walk on nails.
Oh,
That's the girl.
to be honest with you, I don't know the whole story about what she
I
did.
don't know the.
I
Yeah.
heard it was pretty. I heard that this lady could probably use some therapy. Maybe judge who's that guy on TV?
Which one?
I could probably a therapist.
Dr. Phil?
Yeah, she really needs some Dr. Phil in her life.
Well, maybe Shaq can fix her.
Well, I don't know. You're a couple screwdrivers short and
away from a hammer.
a pliers less too many.
Hey, that was a pretty good one, by the way.
Yeah, but she was like,
I
feel like I was up against a panel of people who were looking down on me, and they're like, well, why did you dox the kitty cat?
The kitty cat? What?
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
A cat?
Yeah, I felt like I was in some kind of Twilight
Now,
zone.
see, I missed all that other stuff, and I caught the story time a little bit, and then all of a sudden she was going off like a firecracker, and she killed the stream, and I was like, well, that's kind of rude.
That could
I
have been
just
the
got
worst
here.
thing that she could have done. I mean, look at the views already. She got more views, more attention having me on her panel than any one of her videos combined for the last 2 years.
Well, I went for the first time to support you and see what it's all about, and I didn't get half of nothing.
So did a lot of other people. That was their first time and last time there.
Yeah, well, it's not a good way to keep a channel, that's for sure. But yeah, that was kind of different. And then, because see, I was hopping back and forth, and I was blowing up Bob's chat while I was waiting for her stream to go live. And I was trying to time it out right, and I was a little late. And I was talking up a storm, everybody. It was pretty entertaining, actually. I couldn't catch up to the stream talk of what was going on in the panel. That was kind of confusing me because I was totally 2 steps behind everybody. But I had a blast blasting a little bit of everything. It was pretty fun. I loved it. I had fun, and I didn't get picked on too hard. Nothing I couldn't handle.
It was a little wild.
Yeah.
It was a little
And Bob,
wild.
Bob, I know you're listening if you're not live right now. He was really trying so hard not to bust a laugh in the middle of his panel. I know he was. Yeah. It was pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, but
so I was on a roll.
Wish her well, and no kiss and tell, and move on. And that's the way the cookie crumbles. And
she's welcome to come to my channel. I would love to get to know her and get to meet her.
Yeah, let's do that. You could just drop a link in the chat right below, and maybe someone might take the bait.
Oh, well, we can do that too.
I was hoping for that yesterday when she was like, you're going to have to answer to people. I'm like, I don't even answer to exposing my mother, I probably would run from God. I'm not going to answer to you, lady.
That's funny. Now, American Honey says when she tooted. Who tooted? What is she talk? What are you talking about? What do we miss? Are you there?
Yes, I'm just waiting to see who takes the bait.
Oh.
I'm really hoping for American to take it.
Well, the link is there if anybody else has anything to say to me too. So, have at it. Here's an open door opportunity, you know. Um I'm still waiting too, and haven't got no emails, haven't got no phone calls. I'm still waiting. But I know someone's busy dialing the phone though. That's funny as hell. And they really don't know that I already know. They think I wouldn't know, but I know
That you know,
that I know. Mhm.
and knowing's half the
Yep.
battle.
Yep. 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 That solves pretty much almost everything, just about, you know. But it's okay. It's okay because you know me. I'm in no competition for anybody. But but when I'm on a mission, I'm on a mission, and when I'm genuine about certain things, I'm very sincere about things, and I'm sincere about people, their feelings, and I would do anything in the world for a friend. If I believe in you and I have faith in you, I will watch your back. That's just how I am. I'll give you the shirt off my back if I can to help somebody
Would you do
in
that in
the
public?
best way that I can. Huh?
Would you do that in public if there was a lot of people around?
If I got paid for it, I ain't doing that shit for free.
You would take off your shirt? Like, what if you didn't have a bra on? You could actually get in trouble for that. It's called public nudity.
It's public indecency, or it can be a city ordinance violation. Yeah, it's no
Yeah.
big deal.
They probably
No, it's
wouldn't
no
even
big deal.
charge you. They would throw you a blanket and say, please, woman, cover yourself up.
Yeah, they just give you a ticket. No big deal.
So that would be nice of them. That could be the
Yeah,
alternative.
yeah. I had a group of people. Well, that's a long story, another story, another day, and just not for today. But anyways, sorry I started it. But yeah, I had. I'll just say that I had a bunch of humongous amount of females that were so supportive and rallied all together and pissed off a lot of people on my behalf, and I thought that was adorable. I just thought that was adorable.
Like,
Yeah,
Where'd this happen?
I can't tell you. I have to. I
The
have
quilt
to.
store?
Yeah. Well, it was at the sewing shop. We were buying
Yeah,
arts and crafts.
I'm
I
sure
forgot
you
the
were.
felt paper. Yeah, I forgot the felt paper. And then someone said I needed a needle and thread, and so I went and got that. And then I was back
Did
and
you rally
forth.
up
And
your Facebook group?
I don't have Facebook. I told you that.
Come on.
No,
You're
that's where the.
fired.
Yeah, I know. But see, that's where you get stalked by your government. Just kidding.
Do you think Facebook's government? I believe the Facebook's like the NSA.
I do too. Well, it's a gathering intel.
I mean, it's pretty intelligent. They called it the Facebook.
The Book of Faces is what it
The Book
is.
of Faces. I mean, how clever is that? And then people are
Yep.
so stupid. We just go over there and put our face all over it. We
Hmm.
tell what we're doing. We privately message and chat. Like these guys are just like, yeah, look at these idiots.
And they're getting the diary of everybody's life, because how many people post their baby pictures? Then by the time it's been around, most of those babies are grown ups now. So you got wedding pictures, grandbaby pictures, you got all of this. And then you got all your acquaintances, all your associates, business associates, you got your friends. So
Yeah, and then they threw it right there in front of everybody. They called the game, the app that will be able to have access to your cameras and your mic. They called it Farmville.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure you remember the game.
No.
Farmville.
Oh, yeah. Well, the thing is it's a great way for the government or law enforcement. It's a tactic, obviously, to get intel on individuals. So let's say you are a wanted Snowden or something, right? Well, they just go to Facebook and they find all your contacts, and you got nowhere to go because they know where everybody is. And that's how they hunt people down. It's a good way to hunt people down if you're wanted.
Oh yeah,
Just like
because
the
you know what's
ancestry.com.
really neat about Facebook, because it will log your location,
Mm-hmm.
where you signed on,
Yeah.
where you sign off, which device that you sign on with. Like,
Yeah.
it's more than just an app to go
Oh,
on and share a few pictures and some food recipes. This fucking thing is watching you.
I'm totally against Facebook.
Me
I'm
too.
against TikTok too.
But I
And
use it anyway.
Instagram ain't no different,
I know, but they're so addicting. I just can't get away, like
I
YouTube
know.
and all the dramas. Like, I just can't step away.
Well, that's because you got thick skin for that stuff.
Did you
I
know
got limitations.
Stony loves pickles?
She likes zucchinis too.
Yeah, and squash.
Yep.
I'm sure she loves
Mm-hmm.
cucumbers.
Yeah. Yeah, Stony, we got a beef, lady. Where were you Friday night? Huh?
I think she was alone in bed. She fell asleep early. She told me through text message.
Did she?
Yeah.
Shame on you, Stony. You had an
Yeah,
appointment
shit.
and you missed it.
It's like when you get into that age where you're just you get old and nobody wants you no more. And all you have to do is just left to sit on the couch and watch TV and
She
eat,
put me in a
like,
pickle,
yeah.
Yeah. She put me in
Yeah.
a pickle.
Did she put you in a pickle?
Yeah, she put me in a pickle. Yep.
I heard she got like this new job and she was getting like her nails done. Like, she has money to go to this place called the Bronx. Do you know where that is in New York?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I got lost in the Bronx.
she was like, I have money now to go walk the Bronx. And I didn't even know what that meant. I had to Google it. And I was like, I had to go walk the Bronx. And it said literally, like, when people of New York have a little bit of money from their paychecks, they like to walk the Bronx.
Is that shopping?
I think so. I think that would be equivalent like us going to like Walmart or maybe the mall.
Or Main Street or something in a town?
Or like a thrift store.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, like, hey, like me and you could be in New York one day just visiting, and I could like look over to you like, hey, Shackley, do you want to go walk the Bronx?
I walked Manhattan when I went, and I spent a lot of money.
I think that's a thing too. Walk Manhattan.
Yeah, I walked Manhattan, all right. My kids will tell you.
Yeah.
It was pretty pricey. But I had fun, though. I went shopping, too. But my rental car got towed. The SOBs. They knew I was coming around the corner. And then as soon as I parked, and as soon as I got out of that damn car and I was in a legitimate parking spot, they can't tell me any differently. And I argued and argued and argued with them. That thing is a roll-up, set-up. And I kid you not, as soon as I turned that one corner to get into that damn store, I know they locked and loaded my car.
That's horrible. I've seen like YouTube channels where they have these officers. They're not really officers. They may be sworn in into public enforcement. But what they do is they like to hide behind the buildings out there.
They do. That's how they got my car.
And they know when like it's a tourist because they don't know. They like a New Yorker would know how a New Yorker drives. Okay?
Exactly.
They just have this slang talk to them too. Like, yo, motherfucker, I was gonna park there, B. I'm only gonna be 5 minutes, my guy. No, B, you gotta move from there, my guy.
They say, get the fuck out of my way, motherfucker. That's what they say.
No,
Right,
no,
Stony?
dude. I watched a lot of YouTube channels about New York and how to, like, if you're ever gonna move out there or and want to be like a New Yorker, like there's these how-to videos of like be a part of that scene. So you know what I mean? So like there's these officers that were just stand behind the walls of these buildings and they're just waiting to ticket or impound or repo your truck out or your vehicle out of there because they get paid for that. Did you know they get paid like 50 cents a ticket?
Really?
Yes. Oh yeah. So when it comes bonus time at the end of the month, they'll be hustling out them tickets. They're like
Wow.
50 cents, 50 cents, 50 cents, 50 cents. And 50
That's
cents can add up real quick. At the end of the month, you could have like $200.
that's messed up.
I
That's
know.
really messed up.
I know. And that's not even a lot of money.
That adds up though at the end of the year, if you save it.
I think it could at the end of the year. You'd be really having to hustle, bustle a lot of tickets.
Right.
And I think that's what they do because they really don't have anything else to do. So they're like, oh, look, Cletus, I got one coming around the corner here. Oh yeah, she looks like she's from like maybe yep, she's from Montana. Definitely a Montana driver because she keeps looking behind her. She's panicking. Her hands are flaring through the window. And New Yorkers don't panic. They'll just fucking pull and park right in front of you. I've seen YouTube videos about it. If this
Mm-hmm.
was a gal from Montana, she would probably have already panicked so bad she would have already gotten out of her car and almost had to have a heart attack needing oxygen. Because you know how those New York drivers are crazy out there. Have you seen how fast and crazy those taxi drivers are? They have
No.
no care in regard for other drivers. They'll
Oops.
cut through cars like they're a motorcycle.
Wow.
I know.
That's crazy.
I know.
That
You never
is
want.
crazy.
It's probably why you never want to get a taxi out there.
I
I feel
have
like it's.
gotten taxis out there.
Was you
I like the
scared?
taxis.
Was you nervous? Was
No,
it stuff like you seen on TV?
no, not really. It was actually fun.
Was the
Sometimes they don't
guy
even
like?
talk to you.
Was it American?
Now, well,
Was
they're
it
of course they're American. They wouldn't
Pakistani?
be in America, but
He was from India, huh?
probably India or
I knew it.
Middle Eastern.
Why
You
do
know,
all the Middle Easterns want to come over here and be taxi drivers?
they also do medical transports. They also like hotels. Mm-hmm.
They own 7-Elevens, they own Ramadas, they own Best Westerns. Well, no, that's too nice for them. They own lower
Yeah,
ones than that.
but
Yeah, why
they're
though? There's just something to it. It's like they know the easy jobs, so they come out here and do it, right?
right. I don't know, but what they do is they have family overseas, and of course they make more money. Um, and they send money here to the States, and they help one another back and forth with businesses and such. So somebody's, does the loan, then the person in America does the payback, and then there's a personal interest, and everybody washes each other's hands. That's why a lot of those people are successful in businesses, because their village takes care of their village. Unlike Americans, we're all for one for all.
Are everybody in the village is looking to see what's going on in everyone else's village.
Well, that too, yeah. But I oh, Beth Hammond is in the house. How you been? Good to see you, Beth Hammond. Haven't seen you in forever. Racing Stars is in the house. Haven't seen her in forever.
I thought Beth Hammond passed away.
No, thank God she hasn't.
Oh, I haven't seen her for since Noah's Ark.
Has it been that long ago?
It's been
Are
a
we that
while.
old now?
It's a lot of
Wow.
moons.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel like a dinosaur, It's been a long minute.
Yeah, you almost feel like a fossil.
I know. Yeah, Grand Canyon, fossil hunting, perfect place. Seriously.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
What's going on tonight?
So,
Tell all these exciting people what you got planned, and then I'm
all
taking
right.
the 30.
So, well, I got to switch places here. So hold on one second.
Wow, did you see what Beth said? She had eye surgery on both eyes and brain surgery. That is
Can you hear me?
crazy.
I'm
Yeah.
echoing. Hold on. Can you hear me now? Crap.
Yeah. Loud and clear. Well, Beth, we are so glad to know that you're doing good. And you're still around. Hanging out in chat, so everything must be fine. I hope you can, obviously you can see a little bit. If you can see my, you can hear my ugly self up here, but hope you're recovering good. The recovery's going good. Oh, look, it's Bon Bon. Hey, Bon Bon and Team Sassy. Racing Stars. I haven't seen Racing Stars in like evers. I think we're having some technical difficulty with the Shack Lady's audio at the moment. She must have had bought or purchased one of those cheap little
No, you know what I did?
audio units.
I accidentally muted myself. Rangers could have. He could have answered that question for you. Hold on.
Hey, look, it's Gizzy Sue. I haven't seen Gizzy Sue forever. Good to see you, Gizzy Sue.
Good to see people that haven't been around in a long time.
Yeah,
I bet
look,
you they're
Green
excited.
Eyes. There's
You know what?
Mare.
You know what it is,
Stars
Salty?
here. There's a lot of
They're excited.
people. There's Vision.
You know why they're excited?
You're carrying the old crowd that we used to carry.
Yep. But they're excited.
A year ago.
You know why? Because you're here.
No,
I'm
because you're here.
And you know what? They've been exhausted. Can you imagine how much they've gone through without us? Literally.
Yeah, this is one of those chats that are not going to like sit there and trash on people. And
no, I bet you guys are excited
chat.
to have the chat back. Normal people, great discussions. It's never a dull moment here.
There's a lot of good people in chat.
Yeah. And you can sit at the desk, you can work, you can do whatever, cook, clean. Yeah, watch a movie on mute and have us on speaker.
Look, you even got giraffe lovers in here. She came to see you.
Giraffe lovers, welcome. Yeah, oh my God, we're here.
Shack Lady has been MIA. You've been MIA for like a good 3-4 months, huh? At least 4.
Well, the last time I did a stream was 5 months ago. That's what it says on YouTube, anyways. And but it doesn't feel that long, though. It really doesn't. I don't know why it doesn't feel like that, but yeah. Because last year around this time, well, I was in the hospital before Thanksgiving, so that got messed up. And I was sick in December and January. Remember last year? And then, of course, now we got a new drama. But yeah, I took a nice little break. But I had a lot of stuff to do, man. I took a lot of time off and I had to get busy. I had to become a grown up again. It was painful. I felt like I got stretch marks from it.
You do. Mentally.
I got growing pains from it too. And I'm still trying to heal those wounds, because, I'm so sensitive. It's almost like having sun damage, sunburn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Where it feels like a cancer on your face, where you're like, I need a break.
I
Yeah.
don't ever feel like that. To me, it feels like, ow, this shit. Like I can't sleep on this side of my face. I'm gonna have to always sleep on this side for the next 3 or 4 days. And the
Right.
and the feeling of aloe vera gel when it goes on like a sunburn feels so refreshing. It feels really
Yeah.
cool. I'm sure you felt that, right?
Oh, yeah. I had 3rd-degree burn on my face when I was a kid. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Shame on my neglectful poor mother. She forgot to put sunscreen on me. We were out at
Yeah,
the lake.
I'm sure she
Mm-hmm.
did it on purpose.
Well, probably. Who
All
knows?
right, what do we
Who
got? What do we
knows?
got planned? I'm about to take my 30. Um,
Are you?
and
Okay.
you got the screen share all figured out, I hope.
I hope so too. Hold on, I'm getting my thing here. So what are we going to talk about? Like I said, we're going to tonight is going to be the shackled mind, okay? Where we're going to get so creative that we're going to
Ooh,
unravel the intricate stories of certain individuals, and we're going to navigate this intersection between the criminal mind and the complexities of medical diagnoses. And today's episode is going to be about a lady named Shanda. I have a hard time saying her name. Shanda Vonder Ark. Must be German.
Shanda Vondra.
Vondra. That sounds German to me. Does anybody know if that's German? I'm just curious about the name. Where did it come from?
Shanda Vondra. Oh my
Ark.
gosh, this just. Wait a minute. Michigan mother found guilty of murder. They just found her guilty yesterday?
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And this
No way.
happened. Oh, there's more to come with this
Oh
one,
my
okay, you
gosh.
guys?
It was a special needs son she was torturing, fatally
Yes.
starving, and
Oh, yes.
forcing the child, which was special needs, to sleep in a closet underneath the basement stairs. She was
Right.
found guilty of first-degree murder,
And 1st-degree child abuse.
child abuse. Oh my gosh, I didn't know. This is
Yep.
huge.
Yes, it is huge. It's a huge
Forced to eat
story.
forced to eat scorching hot sauce. This is
Mm.
sad.
Oh, the hot sauce is 2 blends of peppers that she purchased. Okay, tried to pin the blame on her 19-year-old at the time, who's also facing child abuse charges too. Okay, he's also, I suspect,
Oh, the 15-year-old
I would be
died
surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if this kid was diagnosed with some autism spectrum or other things, but he's definitely got some mental health issues. And obviously, they stem from being a child.
in the
Okay.
death.
But yeah, he had to
She
carry out a
killed
lot of orders.
she killed her own 15-year-old child. This is a sick woman.
Yes, this was extremely sadistic. Ice baths. Let me tell you something. I took a bath the other night, okay? And I always put cold water on my face and my forehead. Sometimes if the water's too hot, I need to cool down my temperature, right? And I felt the cold water on my face, and the first thing that came to mind was this little boy. He's 15 years old. He's not a little boy to many, but he's a little boy to me. So, 15-year-old kid, all right, being forced to take hot baths and cold baths and be punished even more with ice baths.
Well, American Honey says 11-hour ice bath.
Yes. And that's when he died after that. Yeah. He suffered hypothermia and he definitely had organ damage as a result of it. He was malnutritioned as form of punishment. Maybe he would get some rice, but most of the time he would get a slice of bread or two doused in hot sauce. Of course,
Wow.
he wouldn't want to eat it. And the kid was basically starving. This kid got so desperate to feed himself that he tried to eat raw hamburger. raw bacon. She made a big issue about frozen chicken nuggets. At least that was half cooked. You know what I mean? Um, and got reprimanded. If he ate some chips, he got reprimanded. The kid was accused of stealing other people's share of an Easter basket, for God's sake, over candy. He was never allowed outside, except for when his mother told the brother to make him go outside and run up and down the stairs like military style. Okay. The neighbors never saw this kid outside. They never even knew he was there. To top it all off, she lost custody of this kid in 2012.
That's sad. That breaks my heart. I hate to hear
The,
stories like this,
exactly. The
especially when
father,
kids are involved in, and then being tortured by their own parent.
the sad part is the father couldn't handle him, right? So he calls Vondra or Sandra up.
Tell the
I need
story.
you to take the
I'm gonna let Oscar outside.
Okay. So he calls the mother up. She takes the kid. When she takes the kid, the timing couldn't be the worst timing, okay? Because obviously she was married at the time. She has a husband. There were some saying that he was in a wheelchair prior, but he was working. He was the sole provider. Plus, she was a provider as well. She was a clerk for the judge at the courthouse, the same courthouse that's going to sentence her, that tried her court. Okay. So she went to law school, brags about how she was second in her class. That she definitely wanted everybody to know what her agamanta, mata, whatever the hell that is, okay, was. Um, her husband has a stroke. So once he has a stroke, he's unable to be a provider. He then ends up moving in with his parents. Now, as I heard, that husband has died sometime this year, okay, as a result, probably of his medical condition. So Timothy Ferguson is the kid that we're talking about in reference. This is the 15-year-old child that was on the autism spectrum, high functioning. Of course, he had, his limitations. He had ADHD. He also had probably some motor issues. He had, yeah, he had some issues. But I think for the most part, the way I gathered, he was still able to function. You know what I mean? He was able to do the dishes, so you can't say he's not able to dress himself. He's able to do the dishes, so you know he's capable of going to the bathroom. He's able to do the dishes, but he can't control the temperature of the water. Why? The mother had cameras. Kid you not. Cameras in the bathroom, the bedrooms, the basement, the kitchen, inside, outside. This woman had a surveillance system that most homes would never even consider, especially, it's really sick and it pisses me off to no end. I thought there was laws that go against cameras being in bathrooms, dressing rooms, changing rooms, etc. So that kind of bothers me that they didn't pin that one out. But this is Michigan, so I don't know what Michigan laws are. I'm glad that they got her for first-degree murder and first-degree child abuse. I consider this woman like Hitler, slaughtering people. The way she orchestrated and instructed her other child, which I do highly suspect this 19-year-old has been subjected to emotional and mental abuse. There's no doubt around it. I think this kid has some special needs too. I think he's on the spectrum myself. I looked at the court. I watched the trial. He testified against his mother, okay? You can tell he's definitely has disattachment because one, yes, he identifies her as Shanda, but there's times where he addresses her as mother. So you can tell he doesn't really want to address her as mother. He's now coming to the realization. Obviously, people are pointing things out to him. This is not normal, whatever, have you not? But it's unfortunate that this kid has his own issues. And there are kids in our world, unfortunately, that go through this. And I pray that they will have the courage to make phone calls and reach out for help, because these kids get isolated like prisoners. And even though this 19-year-old did have a job, I can guarantee you that mother was taking his paycheck. Okay. She was helping him pay the differences of the bills, because obviously her husband wasn't available to provide for the family. So this kid is working at Applebee's. He's riding a bike. She's sending text messages back and forth, right? There was a text message where she's telling him something about how, put your electronics up, no phone or this or that or whatever, right? So I can only imagine the kind of situation he was in, where I kind of feel like if he didn't do what she told him to do, I think internally he was more likely fearful of what she would do to him. And being, excuse me, that he doesn't like what he's doing, probably doesn't agree with it internally, but probably wasn't taught enough, especially with the social skills. I think he was immature on his social skills. But I really feel that she had so much of a grip of control over him that even though he might have some kind of awareness to 911 or child protective services, I don't really think he knew in detail of what services they would really help you with. You know what I mean? Because you get some of these parents, they control every aspect of their kids' life, that they don't think about making those phone calls, and they're being watched every second of the day. And this kid was being watched every second of the day too. But she had it out for this 15-year-old. And I really do truly believe that this woman obviously couldn't handle a disabled child. Two, I think she was embarrassed. Embarrassed. Three, I think she favored her younger child, which goes by the name of G. Okay. The court addresses him as G. She's already spilled out his name, but we'll just call him G. And then so we have the stepfather has a stroke. He was in the house at one time. He's gone. So then you have the mother. Then you have the brother Paul. Then you have the brother Timothy. And then you have the little brother G. Those were the individuals living in the house. So if you have not followed this case or watched this trial, it has got to be top of the list of this year of the most disturbing cases that you will come across in the criminal justice system. And what's interesting is I'll play a clip. You guys are going to see some of her unique traits of her behavior, the body language. You'll see the difference of the behavior in her son's, demeanor. You tell me what you think, what you see when you see a couple of these that I'm going to play for you. I'll stop in between, but it is the most disturbing case. And I mean, we see cases all the time. We read about them in the news and such forth. But this has got to be the most unreal situation that makes you feel like this poor kid was living in a freaking concentration camp because he was forced not to sleep in a bed.
I'm sure it was really scary for him too.
Listen to this. She would make sure that kid did not have any clothes on but an adult diaper. And the only blanket that kid had was a blue tarp. And the blue tarp he had to lay on. So when he's wearing a diaper, he has accidents or the shit goes through. Can you imagine a child that had to live like this? And to top it all off, when this child died, He weighed 62 pounds at the age of 15 years old. 15.
That's real light at that age.
It's I can't fathom. I you know, when you're watching this and stuff, you're thinking, I really wish I can reach her through the screen. That's all you're thinking in your mind. I hope she gets a run in prison.
Oh, I'm sure
And
she will.
I hope she gets a little taste of her medicine. And you know what's even more disturbing, you guys? Okay. You have the right to not go to court cases up until the sentencing hearing, just so you know. All right. You can waive that. But the next day, she didn't want to show up for her charges. She didn't want to hear it. So what does she do? I'm sure she finds some damn excuse. They probably got her on suicide watch. Who knows? I don't know. But yeah, she didn't show up. But guess what? This woman's got to show up for her sentencing hearing, though. Definitely has to show up for her sentencing hearing. So I'm going to go ahead and play this real quick for you. Hold on one second. There we go.
Family member has been charged in the death of a 15-year-old boy with special needs in Muscogee County. This comes just a week after the boy's mother was charged with murder in the boy's death.
Newsday's Byron Tallison has been following the case and joins us live with the new developments tonight. Byron?
Can you hear that okay?
Yeah.
The older brother of a 15-year-old boy with special needs who died last week has been charged with child abuse. 20-year-old Paul Ferguson was arraigned today on a charge of first-degree child abuse. He was arrested yesterday afternoon. His brother,
her son,
was found dead last week.
Yep, this is her son, Paul Ferguson.
Found that died
and obviously he was arrested.
And hypothermia. The boy's mother, 43-year-old Shanda Vonder Ark,
Shanda
was charged with
Vonder
open
Ark.
murder and child abuse in the days after. She remains in jail. Vonder Ark allegedly denied Timothy food, fed him only bread or bread soaked in hot sauce, poured hot sauce down his throat, and placed him in an ice bath the day before his death.
She will never see
the cause of the hypothermia.
The light of day.
Prosecutor DJ Hilson told me today that Timothy's living
public
space was no bigger
Public
than
light of
She
day.
will always be
that
behind
Paul played
bars.
a role in Timothy's abuse.
That's where
He's
she'll die.
accountable for what happened.
Yeah.
Certainly with other adults
that's-
in the living arrangement or the living household. I mean,
They're
there's
going to
help
charge
there.
the
So
older brother.
to me,
Do you
that's
know
what's
why?
troubling
I bet they're
about,
charging the older brother.
Paul's involvement in this case.
Because
is that
he
there
was forced to
technically another
undertake
adult
her
in the room
direction.
that could have
They're going to use him
probably
as a
prevented this young
witness.
man from dying.
Yes, they did use him as a witness. He testified.
Yeah. And they're going to charge him and then use
Ferguson
him as a
remains
witness.
in jail
So it
tonight
scares
after
him
bond
to,
was set at $500,000. If
getting those
convicted,
charges
he faces up
reduced.
to life in prison.
Right.
Live in
Hold on
Muskegon,
one
Byron
second. Let me
Tallison.
figure this out real quick. There we
This
go.
life-saving device
All
is
right,
taking the
so,
world by storm.
Now a scary
okay.
moment at a restaurant as a
Bear
10-month-old
with me,
baby
guys.
starts choking
Told
on a
you
piece
we're
of
going to learn
pancake
how
and
to do
practically...
this real quick. All right, so I'm going to stop that, and then I'm going to go to the other stop screen for that, and then I'm learning, you guys. I'm learning. So now let's go to
Can you put the link in chat, please?
yeah. Nope. Let's go to, hold on one second. All right.
American Honey says the average weight of a 15-year-old is 140 pounds. That's half the average weight of what this 15-year-old boy was. What was it? 60-something, 60-plus pounds. That is really malnutrition.
Can you hear this? All right, I'm playing it. Hold on.
Unmute it. It looks like it has the mute button.
Okay,
His name
there we
was
go.
Timothy. Timothy lived with Shanda, his brother Paul, and Shanda's husband and their 7-year-old son. But prosecutors say Timothy was treated much differently than everyone else in the home. He was
Totally.
tortured, locked in a closet to sleep, denied food, force-fed hot sauce, and left in ice baths until he died, weighing just 69 pounds. Shanda had a history with child services when she lived in Oklahoma, but moved to Michigan, where she allegedly tortured and killed Timothy. Timothy's brother was also charged, but is cooperating with prosecutors and agreed to testify against his mother, which he did.
Where did he actually sleep most nights?
In the closet.
What did you call the closet? Was there a name you used to refer to the closet?
The small room.
Today, Shanda took the stand in her own defense to tell her story to the jury. Tonight, we take a listen to that testimony, bring in.
Now get this, you guys. This is going to blow your mind away. We got to, those who witnessed the trial, we got to witness her theatrics. Her theatrics of vomiting. But she didn't vomit. She tried to make it look like she vomited. And she was trying to dry heave. Once the prosecutor came up to her and showed her a picture of her child the day he died and what he looked like, she tried to dry heave and throw up, acting like she was in distress. And then oh God, it just even gets worse after that.
Did she pull an Amber Heard?
Yep. And a lot of people are actually referring to her as the secondary Amber Heard kind of thing. You know? Welcome, Ranger. What's up?
This is the most disturbing case I've heard in a long, long time. When you told me about it, I had heard about it, but I hadn't read anything or watched anything about it. But today I listened to testimony from the older son and from her. This is some disturbing stuff.
Right.
I want to know what would drive a mother to do this to her own child.
Well, get this. Let me see here real quick. Let me find it real fast.
Well, she broke the law to have custody of him anyway, right? So she lost custody in Oklahoma. And the way she pulled off, like regaining custody, was she moved to Michigan. And because of the failure of the system, these states don't communicate with one another. So Michigan had no idea that she had lost custody of this kid in Oklahoma.
Right. Yeah. Wait until you see this part. I mean, this is really sad. I mean, the whole situation for this kid, I really have to have some empathy for this kid because of his life direction. And I can't imagine what kind of abuse he's been subjected to, even as a young child to a young adult. But it's obvious that this kid was a victim, definitely a victim. And I think you would agree with me. Hold on one second. Let me.
The older brother?
Yeah, the older brother.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think he's a definite. I think he was terrified of that woman. And as rightfully he should be, probably. We don't know what kind of abuse he actually went through growing up.
Exactly. So wait until you guys hear this. Let me.
They were normally.
Okay.
Time that your next youngest brother, Timothy Ferguson, passed away, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your mother was also living in that house as well.
Yes.
And is she in the courtroom right now?
Yes, sir.
As best you can you kind of point her out or maybe say what she's wearing right now?
See how he looks down?
Her hair is in 2 braids. She's got.
See how
I think he's looking at his mother because she's over there, like right in front of the judge to the right.
Yep, he's looking right at his mother. But can you tell by his body language how he tenses up?
Yeah, the record reflect that.
He's nervous.
Now let's back up just a little bit from the time your brother Timothy actually passed away. When did Timothy come to live with you and your mother in that house?
May 27th of 2001.
2001. Was it maybe 2021?
21.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. So in May of 2021, Timothy came to live with you. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And at the time when Timothy came to live with you, besides yourself and G, was there somebody else that was living in the house during that time period?
Other than my mother and half brother, my stepfather Adam.
Okay. And your stepfather Adam, was he married to your mother at that time?
Yes.
And is he actually the father of your younger brother G?
No.
But your mother is the mother to you and to Timothy and to G. Is that right? She's your mother. She's Timothy's mother. She's G's mother. Is it better like that?
Yes.
Right? Yes.
See how I had to think about that?
And at some point in time, did something happen to Adam where he wasn't living in the home anymore?
He suffered a stroke in January.
Did he leave the house at that point?
Yes.
When he left the house at that point, then when it became just you, your two brothers, and your mother living in the home?
Yes, sir.
And when Adam suffered the stroke, was he physically able to do anything to provide any care to either you or to Timothy or to G?
No.
And what did?
All right, let's go to. There's another section. Can you hear me okay?
This kid's nervous.
Oh, yeah. But did you watch his body language as he was looking at his mother? His body was tensing up. You know what I mean? He starts in his own way. You could feel it. You could sense it. Oh, and you just want to reach across that room and just grab that woman.
He's probably so relieved to be away from his mother now. Like he's free now.
I think
even
so
though
too.
It was at the sacrifice of his brother, but he's free.
Right.
And we have those text messages from January through the time of your brother's death in July of 2022. Was that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
At some point in time in February, there's a discussion fairly early in those text messages about blocking Timothy's access to food. Can you describe what was happening at that time and how he was restricted from getting access to food?
He was sneaking food that was not necessary at that time. And it was solved by placing locks on the fridge, freezer, and pantry.
When we say he was sneaking food that wasn't necessary, who would make that determination that it wasn't necessary?
Shanda.
And what type of food are we talking about that he would sneak that wasn't necessary?
Interesting, he called her by her first name.
Yep.
Sweets or anything he could really get his hands on.
You caught that too, like I did.
As early as February, there was restriction. The locks were going on the freezer and the refrigerator, and you said there was also some type of lock on the pantry. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And we've heard a text exchange, but at some point a little bit later, as things are progressing into April, was there a time where Timothy was doing something to get the locks off of the pantry door?
He was pulling them off by hand.
And what were you instructed to do as a result of him pulling the pantry door locks off?
Did you?
Now see how let me stop that for a second. Do you see how now where do I go, Salty, here? Hold on. Got to get rid of this commercial real quick, guys. What was I getting at?
That you've come a long way in your improvements in streaming. I remember when we very first started out. Oh my gosh, Ranger, remember? She would have all kinds of problems, but now she's learning how to share screen. It's quite the improvement and step up for Shack Lady's game.
Am I doing good? Am I doing good?
Hey, you didn't have to leave the panel to bring me up, so hey, it's moving forward.
Hey, I know, right? Okay, so let me go and look. I practiced, you guys. I practiced. I had to, I'm still working on it. I got a lot to still learn, but I'm going to master this one way or the other. I got to be professional, It's important for me to be professional.
She's telling the truth because I had already left out my house this time. It's 7:00 right now, but I left my house this morning at 7:00 on my way to take my son to school. And Shack Lady called me. Like, what the fuck is calling me at 7:00?
Episode Reactive Dissociative.
It was Shack Lady. And
I was waiting for everybody to wake up.
And you just
my
got off the
shrink
phone
yard.
before the show started tonight?
Yeah. We've been talking all
And
damn day long.
You know what?
Text
That is the
messages,
truth
phone
too,
calls.
Ranger.
This has been funny. But wait till you hear
So
this,
she's
guys.
been hard at it, yeah.
As well
Yeah.
as autistic, he had speech and motor impairments.
Speech and what?
Motor impairments, movement impairments.
Movement impairments.
Yes.
And at the time that he came to live with you, was he supposed to be taking some medication?
Yes.
And did he stop taking his medication?
Yes.
Why did he stop taking his medication?
Could you please reiterate?
Yeah, I guess the better way of saying it is who made the decision for him to stop taking his medication?
Shanda.
As far as you know, from the time that
He hadn't been to the doctor since he was in Oklahoma. So I think it was 2015 or 16 that boy was last at the doctor. And the last time he took his medication was then.
Right. Yeah, and you know, her excuse was the dad wouldn't release the birth certificate, wouldn't release any information, right, for her to take him to school or take him to a doctor. You know what it comes down to? And I know the prosecutor was trying to get to that direction when they were talking about the custody issue. I honestly think I got to plug this in real quick before I die.
She couldn't prove she had custody because she didn't have it. I think that's why. Don't you have
she
to
didn't
prove
have
that?
custody, exactly, and I think that's why she was paranoid to take him to the doctor or take him to school, because who has the burden on them, the school and doctors. So but then again, if those doctors in that school didn't know she had any history of child abuse, so what? As long as she had documentation to enroll him or take him to a doctor, nobody's going to say anything. Nobody's going to do anything unless they had a history of the mother, you know, with school documentation or his medical history. If there was any known documentation about the mother, that would explain why she was so fearful of doing both.
And no less, she was she's a middle-aged woman who went back to school. She got her undergraduate. She passed her LSATs with flying colors. She went to law school. She had just graduated law school. She passed her bar exam first tryout, which is for the school she went to, which is not the most common thing. And so she carries herself publicly as this professional, obviously, because she's an attorney. She's working in the courthouse. This courtroom right here where this trial, she worked in this courtroom at one point.
Right.
So so her public appearances I think also helped her dupe like everybody to where they didn't, because they lived in what looked to be a normal, decent house. And she's an attorney. I mean, single mom, you know, all these kind of things. You know, it just goes to show you, just because of things like employment or careers or different things like that, you just never know who's beating the shit out of their kids at home.
If you have an hour this week,
Oh,
you can learn 100 songs on the piano by learning just
Hold
4
on,
chords.
guys.
This lady was an attorney.
Yeah, she was an attorney. Hold on.
Check it out.
And so she was an attorney. She worked at this courthouse, and she pulled off this barbaric crime.
Yeah.
You know,
She did, and she would bring a Great Dane to the office.
Monsters don't come from the ghetto then, and it's not always the guy down the street.
She trained
good jobs and good careers and public status.
The app on there.
Well, the sad part about it was, like you said, Ranger, she had a service dog. She gave those dogs better care and attention than she did, I think, any of her children personally.
Took one of them to work every single day with her, and you know, the people at the courthouse loved that dog, and you know, and thought the world of her, because here she's doing this great thing for people that are disabled, oddly enough.
Right.
Oh, and she Ranger, this goes pretty deep then. She works with disabled people, or
she trains service dogs for disabled people. And she, you know, she's got a disabled son that she's locking in a closet in the basement 24/7.
And
she's got another son that hasn't been properly diagnosed, and he's not been attentive to his needs. And what she worked on in the court, she worked as a clerk under the judge. Okay.
Okay.
She was a clerk, judge's clerk.
Oh, right there in
Yeah.
in the courtroom, right there.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And so she's being tried in the same courthouse that she worked at. And her public defender, who is representing her, actually worked with her.
Yeah.
The prosecutor had met her over a year ago prior to her arrest. And they would have never thought anything, you know? And so the public defender I know he had a hard time representing her. And the way you could see how the presentation is, he's doing his job. He's not doing any ethical violations by any means, I don't think. But you could tell he knows this is a shut door case, you know. But even the questions that he asks, whether it be, you know, Paul Ferguson or the medical examiner, you know, the questions to me are, I don't know, he's not deliberately helping the prosecution, but really he has no bat to swing at all because there's so much evidence that the prosecutor's office has.
Yeah, and the prosecutor, I think that's why he's more. This trial appears to be more like a TV trial in the way that, you know, on TV you see the prosecutors in these shows. They make these snide comments and these implications and like all this kind of stuff. That's how this prosecutor is. I don't know if I've seen it quite to this extreme before, where the judge is having to call him down like several times.
Yeah.
And I think that's why, because not only is it the crime itself just abhorrent, but the prosecutor knew this woman and probably bought into that she's this amazing middle-aged woman who, you know, went over all these hurdles to go to law school while being a mom and training service dogs. And then it turned out, I mean, she had them fooled.
Right. And
he was angry.
Look at this kid. From the time that he got arrested, obviously he had a little bit more fuller face, just a little bit. Look how skinny he is. He is really sucked in. And I can tell the stress has gotten to him and the guilt, you know, the emotional trauma from this. And, you know, and then to be called down, you know, hearing his mother, you know, tell him she needs him and stuff the day this kid is found dead. He gets called at work. This kid was at work when the mother discovered him, the brother dead in the closet. But get this, let's hear this.
Connected to those cameras.
Several, yes.
And you said that you were also alerted to movement with motion sensors in the home?
Yes, and the cameras also had that feature as well. They activated on motion.
And what was the restriction on Timothy's movement that would cause those cameras to go off? Where was he limited to?
Look how he fidgets. He's so nervous and he's uncomfortable.
Yeah. Where could Timothy go, basically?
Mainly he was restricted to the downstairs area, to a closet downstairs.
The downstairs area actually contained 2 bedrooms. One was yours and one was G's bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was also a bunk bed that was out in that area that I believe that the defendant indicated was Timothy's bunk bed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Where did he actually sleep?
I think the camera freaks him out too.
Yeah.
And what did you call the closet? Was there a name you used to refer to the closet?
The small room.
And what was in the small room if Timothy was in the small room?
There was a camera monitoring him, even when he slept.
Was there an alarm on the door as well?
Yes, sir.
Some type of motion sensor?
Movement and vibration.
Yes.
Said it all.
So we had that on the door and then a camera.
She had it loaded.
The room as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And were there times where you were required to watch that camera?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, were there times when your mother was watching that camera as well?
Yes, sir.
Was there a restriction on how much Timothy could move while he was inside that closet?
Could you please reiterate, sir?
Were there any restrictions on his movement inside the closet, or was it he could move around however he wanted inside the closet?
There were restrictions.
What were the restrictions on his movement?
hands on his head normally.
Hands on his head, is that what you indicated?
Yes.
Was that some form of discipline for him?
Yes, on his knees and against a corner of wall of the room.
See, he just looked at his
When
mother.
you say
He's
hands on head, I'm going
uncomfortable.
to demonstrate. Just put my hands just over my head like this. Is that what he was required to do?
Yes.
He was required to be on his knees as well? Say yes?
Yes, sir.
You have to say yes or no, because this is
I
being
apologize.
recorded. You're fine. No, that's fine. Everybody makes that mistake. It's not a problem. And was he
See how
monitored
he
to make
looks
sure that he
again?
was doing those things?
Yes, sir.
And for how long would he have to do these things?
Several hours.
And that was inside his closet, for lack of a better way of putting it, what you referred to as the small room, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were there also times when he was required to stand against the wall?
Yes, sir.
And would that be in the closet, or would that be in other places in the house?
At times it would be upstairs by the back door or on the wall between me and G's room.
And when he would stand against the wall, how long were we talking about that he would be required to do that?
Hours, sometimes overnight.
At some point, did you utilize some type of alarm or alarms on his body to alert you if he was moving?
A vibration detector, yes.
Was there more than one that he was required to wear at times?
At times, yes.
Where were those devices located on his body?
They were normally tied to the back loop of his belt or the back loop of his pants. I apologize.
And was there something placed on his wrist as well at any point?
Handcuffs, and before that, zip ties, zip cuffs.
Can you imagine in the 20th century a mother making her other son handcuff or zip tie or shackle another son?
Or the extra added lack of hope that this boy had, because not only is his mother the evil in the house, but he doesn't have an ally in his brother.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because the kid is messed up himself, unfortunately, because the mother has messed up him. And then obviously he's a little bit more higher functioning than the other brother was. But this is beyond failing as a parent. I call this woman an animal. I really do. I don't even consider her human.
Certainly opens up all kinds of questions that, or at least for me, like I'm curious about her upbringing. I'm curious about this kid's upbringing, and the youngest son. Like, I know he's not obviously being that this guy's Paul, right?
Right.
That he's in jail. Mom's in jail. The youngest is somewhere.
And the youngest father's dead because he had a stroke. So
right.
Now the youngest child, G, is living with the paternal grandparents. So the father's parents. Thank God.
Good.
Yeah.
Because there's probably a lot of fucked up things that came through this woman's family tree, would be my guess.
Well, I was thinking that too. I am so curious. Nobody on court TV, nobody on the news, nobody talked about her family.
It had to be a good family because she accomplished some success. She graduated school.
Well, no, not
college.
necessarily. Not necessarily. I mean, hell, there was a homeless young girl that got accepted through Harvard. You know what I'm saying? So she didn't have family support. What I think she had marital support. And then she had her husband's parents that would be supportive for the child G, and they would come and visit, maybe once in a while, but she would do everything she could to even avoid them coming into the house because she didn't want them to obviously run across what she was doing and forcing her other son to do to her other son. Basically, I think what she was doing was playing a game beyond manipulation. Was, okay, well, if I have somebody else commit the crime, I won't be liable.
It's just hard. I mean, but she was a lawyer.
I know. Thank God she never went to full practice. Can you imagine? But you know what she's got an expertise in from her experience as the clerk under the judge over there? Appellants. I wouldn't be surprised if she pulls an appeal process as a stunt for this one, because now we haven't gotten to her yet. We haven't gotten to her, but
That's
I'm
if she
just going to
gets
put
found.
that
If
in
she
your
gets
ear
found
right
out.
there, so y'all know that. Just keep
Yeah.
keep aware of what I just said, because it's going to be important. I do think it's going to come importance later on. But let's finish what he says real quick.
When you say zip cuffs, are those put together with zip ties?
See how he breathes. He looks at the mom
And what-
again.
and those were designed to restrict what?
Yeah, Racing Star said he doesn't look well himself. He doesn't, but my understanding is that he had quite a bit of weight on him when he went into jail. So it just shows how this wore on him, obviously.
On his wrist. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And I would be
so those-
concerned
what was happening that caused you
for
to
his
send that text
physical
message
being.
and had that exchange with your mother about those zip cuffs?
He was complaining about them being too tight.
What was your mother's response when he was complaining about those being too tight?
To leave them and she'd deal with it after she got home.
Wow.
That's
So
just
the jury has some clarity in terms of a schedule here. You and your mother worked basically different shifts, for lack of a better way of putting it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
What was your job at that time?
I worked as a dishwasher at Applebee's.
And was that which Applebee's?
So he worked at Applebee's. We know that. And
What
let
a smart
me get
chiropractors
to
and
this
doctors
section
do.
real quick.
See,
Ignore.
the second us chiropractors feel joint pain coming on, whether
How
it's
do
in
I
our
get
knees,
this
lower
done?
back, wrists,
I'm
you
gonna
name
master
it.
this
we
one
don't-
day. Sorry
A
about the
minute.
commercial.
For
Justice for Harmony, the one on the stand is 20, I believe.
He's 21 now.
taking a poop, it was 2 minutes.
He was 19 when this
And who
happened,
set those time limits?
Shanda.
or around 19.
Yeah.
There's the Wicked Witch beyond Hitler.
Her arrogance on the
We see
stand
a lot
was
of text messages and references to hot sauce and hot sauce retrieved from the home.
hot sauce they specially
At some point in
ordered to get the
time,
hottest they could get.
Were you asked to start feeding
When they
him
would feed him bread,
bread
they would soak it in the
with
hot sauce.
I know.
Yes. And who asked you to do that?
Shanda.
Why were you giving him bread with hot sauce on it?
Because he was supposedly misbehaving.
And how would you, describe to the jury what you would do to do that and to make him
I'm curious,
bread with
Ranger.
hot
Pay
sauce?
attention to her right side of her face, how it twitches. I've
I
noticed
would
that.
put it
in
on
other
bread,
videos.
have him stand in the kitchen
Gritting
area
her
near the
teeth.
back door and watch him eat until he finished.
And was he required to eat it until it was all gone?
Yes, sir.
Did it ever look like he
Oh, yeah.
wanted to eat the bread with hot sauce?
No.
Were there times where you were told that he could have something besides bread with hot sauce on
Or her
it
lip
if he ate
twitches,
the
huh?
bread with hot sauce
Yeah.
first?
Regular bread, yes.
So he had to eat that bread with hot sauce
Like on
first
her
and then he had
cheek.
some regular bread.
Yes.
Did he have to wait a period of time before he could eat the regular bread though?
Like a little
Yes,
muscle
sir.
spasm.
Whoa, do you remember about what that was?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
30 minutes?
With taking out the bread out of the equation, was hot sauce used in some other fashion as a form of discipline for him?
It was poured directly into his mouth.
And who would do that?
Me or Shanda, me under her orders.
Now, see, look at her trying to shake
And
her head.
It's
No,
just
she's
like
doing
what
it
you
because
sound
she
like, you
knows
just-
she's screwed
how
up.
did you do that?
Had him open his mouth and poured it in.
There's some text messages. Do you recall a text message exchange with your mother in, I believe it's around April or so? where
She knows
you've
the camera's
alerted to
looking
the
at
fact
her.
that he eaten some part of a burger.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
What was it? What part of the burger is it that he ate?
Just the crust.
And what was your mother's response when you told her that he had eaten the crust of that burger?
Make him throw it up.
Did you try to do that?
I tried at
Wow.
first, yes.
How did you try to do that?
putting a finger into his mouth as instructed to the back of his throat to induce vomiting.
So who gave you the instruction to put your finger in the back of his throat?
Shanda.
We don't see a text message to that effect. Were you two also communicating by camera as well?
Yes.
The cameras had was it a two-way capability basically? You
Yes.
could talk to the camera.
You could talk and they could hear. At certain times it could be activated.
I wonder if there's
Was
any
there ever any other time where
footage,
she instructed him to throw?
Yes.
like a memory card.
How many times did she instruct you to do that?
3 or 4.
I agree, Fast Eddie. All he had to do was say something to
At some point
somebody,
in time,
and it all could have
was there
been
a form
over
of
with.
discipline introduced that involved you placing Timothy in a cold tub?
Yes.
And what was the mechanism for that? How did you do that?
Maybe he was really scared of her.
Oh, you know what?
Tub, plug it.
I think this kid had a lot of abuse to be subjected to this and be under her control doing this, because there was a part of him that didn't want to do that. You know, something was flashing in him. Like when she suggested, this will make you guys really sick. You guys will get mad at this. This woman had the audacity to tell her older son, I wonder what it would be like to put hot sauce on his genitals.
Wow.
That's when Paul did finally say, no. You know what I mean? And I think that's when he probably at that point woke up and realized, oh my God. You know what I'm saying? He probably said that in his head, because if she's willing to go that far to do it to her other son, can you imagine what is running through his mind? That's his mother telling him to do that to his brother. So I can only imagine, what did she do to Paul to put him under the mind control that she had on him?
Well, and he might have been afraid. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind, but he, and also there's the younger brother that I have no doubt that was on Paul's head. I mean, is this going to go there with this young kid?
Right.
I don't know, but I just want to say with the cameras, what a small piece that shows her manipulation of this guy Paul that's on the stand, her oldest son, is that she would assign him to watch his brother and to make sure he complied with the rules and didn't eat and all these, give him ice baths, all these different things. And so she would assign him to do these things.
Right.
But she would watch him on the cameras to make sure he was doing
exactly. That's what makes it sadistic.
So there was no real reason for him to be left in charge of all this abuse, basically, or to monitor whether this kid left a room or something like that. It shows how much manipulation was being forced on this guy, because he knew mom was watching. And as we heard from the reading of the text, or I don't know if you've played them all yet, but the reading of the text between her and Paul, half of her bitching was because she was watching him not do his job. So right. I don't know. She enjoyed the torture of these kids. So I would be shocked if the young one hasn't suffered any kind of abuse at all. I would be absolutely shocked.
Right. And see, that's where, okay, like with mental health, when people like her use mental health, and we'll see this later on, and we might have to do a 2-part to this, you guys, too, because this can take quite a bit, and it's worth talking about. I mean, hell. But, when people like that, she's got experience in the legal sector. She's got an education. So she's got a high GPA too. She brags about that. But you could tell that when she starts going onto the stand, she wants to try to identify her mental health issues. Okay.
Right.
And I find that
All
interesting.
undiagnosed, not a single trace of
Yes.
paperwork with one diagnosis for her.
Exactly. And I see, I've researched some cases in regards to, what criminal cases have used medical diagnoses as their reason or excuse for committing the crimes itself. But, I come across, one key factor is the recognition that certain mental illnesses can, make an impact on an individual's ability to understand the consequences of their actions or to conform their behavior, to the law. And, the understanding, I think, has led to the development of, kind of legal concepts like insanity or diminished capacity, which I think can overall, affect the determination of guilt or sentencing at that point,
Well,
and
I think
so
that's a whole show within itself, because when you're talking about the insanity defense or diminished capacity or something like that, it's very rare that it's allowed to kind of pass through the system under these archaic sort of tests. But
right.
But my personal opinion, so the idea is that, you're sitting on the stand and you're this person that's murdered your neighbor or something, and so the prosecutor, ask you, well, where were you last Thursday when you murdered? Well, I blacked out. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't remember anything past, knocking on their door or whatever. And then the prosecutor starts asking other questions. But when you left there, so you went down Market Street, right? Why did you stop at that stoplight? And right there, the insanity defense left. And because they knew right from wrong to stop at it. And it sounds really basic, but this is literally what happens. So you had the cognitive functioning to be able to know that you were supposed to stop at that stop sign. So you knew that you shouldn't have killed that person 5 minutes earlier. So, but I question, isn't everyone who murders someone cognitively deficient at that moment? I mean, or mentally ill at that moment? I mean, that's where I just think it's all like insanity, literally. And so this argument one way or the other based on this diagnosis or that diagnosis is a little crazy.
Well, yeah. And for one thing, we know that she's not using the insanity mental defect, excuse, but she's definitely trying to warm up to the jury. And it's an obvious tactic that she's using as a form of manipulating and charming herself. I find it, when people are getting sentencing, mental health can always, influence a court's consideration of leniency. We know this, right? But a court has the ability to take into account whether or not the defendant's mental health contributed to the commission of the crime. And if, or consider rehabilitation and treatment options as a part of the sentencing processing. But when we're understanding the mental health context, I think at that point, like before she got sentenced and she's trying to justify her reasonings of, okay, this is what I've been diagnosed with, et cetera, et cetera. If you hear the diagnosis of Paul, he's being told what he has. And then he makes it very clear, I have not been diagnosed yet. He makes that clear of, spectrum of autism or whatever he said. I can't remember exactly. He's being forthcoming. I find that his presentation of being a witness, I think he did an excellent job as a first timer, as ever having to experience or being put on the pressure of, having to testify against his mother under his own circumstances, even though he knows that there is guilt related to his participation. I see his medical conditions to some degree, just observing him on an outside view. But I don't know if you can or not, but I feel like I can, maybe because I'm a little bit in tune to that, because, I've had experience with that. But I just feel like that sometimes criminal behavior, will always bring up the question of mental health issues, whether or not, somebody has experienced it or has been dealing with it or has been diagnosed with it. And you may be right on something. I think, obviously we don't have enough research on anything to everything, but when a person does commit a crime, I do feel at that moment, you got people that have moments of psychosis, right? Diminished loss of behavior. I mean, not behavior, loss of memory, due to maybe the traumatic experience or the stress has induced such a level of psychosis where it will impact a memory or whatnot, and or a person can have complete amnesia. But I know every case is unique and different. And can we say they're all insane? No. But I think there is a level of insanity that does take play on the level of degrees of the type of crimes that are committed. Most definitely. Would you not agree?
See, I agree.
I mean, could you think about it? I go to a red light, I stop at it, and I do a California style stop. I don't really necessarily stop at the red light. I don't hit nobody. I don't hurt nobody, but I'm
Just
still
in
breaking
case
the
you
law.
commit a murder later.
Right. But I'm still committing a criminal act, right? I'm breaking the law.
That's right.
And then you go to the next step. This person goes to a grocery store and all of a sudden they've got an empty bag and they're walking in the bag and they fill up the bag and they're walking out with the smash and grab without the smash, right? And that's the next level of a crime. Okay. But we don't know what the reasons of the environmental influences or whatever influences that subjected this person to go and do that, right? You got one that has a conscious awareness, but it's a lazy conscious awareness. And then you got another one that's conscious aware, but it's a deliberate attempt to commit something as what they think is as petty as petty. Then you got another person that commits a crime and they commit downright murder on a road rage. Now, we can use the example of a road rage like for a moment of somebody's exerting so much energy into so much anger and hate and frustration where their temper has just lost control, where they just commit a crime and they don't think for that moment. And then you go to the next level and then you got a person that loses its mind completely and goes ballistic and has no freaking memory at all of committing a murder and just slaughtered somebody. There's so many different categories, so many different levels of extremes. But did I lose my sanity when I did a California stop at a red light? No, I was just downright lazy, right? But comparing it to the other levels of crime, it's almost like you're moving on up. But this definitely, I think, is an insane.
Well, and I'm sorry to
freaking
bring
normal.
this reality to you, Shack Lady, but the fact that you're doing California stops at stop signs, that indicates that you might be breaking out into more serious crime here in the future. So I think that people should be keeping an eye on you.
I actually do complete stops. I actually got pulled over the other day. Believe it or not.
I was on the phone with you.
I was like, oh, shit. I was on my way to work. It was really early in the morning and it was cold and I had woken up a little late, right? Thank God it doesn't take me long or much to get ready. And I had already had a hard enough time sleeping the night before. And I was like, okay, well, I get up, I hurry up, I get dressed, and I throwing the coffee in the coffee pot, and I suck down a cup really fast, and I light up a cigarette, and I'm running out the damn door. I get in the car. I didn't even have time to warm it up or nothing. And then all of a sudden I'm driving down the road, and speed limit's 35 miles per hour. And I'm thinking, I'm on my way to work. I'm almost there. I'm just waking up. And lo and behold, you got to keep your eyes open, because there's cops always running around somewhere, and you know where their spots are. And then lo and behold, I look forward, son of a bitch, there's a car right there. That means that's a cop. Boom. I slow down right away. He clocks me at 53. Oh, he pulls me over. Hi, officer. How you doing? Can I see your registration and license, please? I'm like, okay. I said, can you tell me why I'm being pulled over? I clocked you at 53 and at 35. I said, officer, I'm really, really sorry. I really did not intend to be going 53 miles per hour. I didn't even realize I was going that fast. It didn't feel like I was going that fast.
The law.
So I tell him, officer, I'm really sorry. I'm wearing slippers. I'm on my way to work, and I was trying to adjust my shoe, and I was having a hard time. I didn't tell him I just woke up.
On the way to work with slippers on.
I got a warning. I really thought,
I think there's a law about shit like that.
Huh?
I think there's a law about stuff like that, like where, like your footwear.
Well, this is a closed slipper. It's a closed slipper. It's a closed slipper. It's a closed slipper. Because, I graduated from an open toe slipper to a closed toe slipper. And when the other son visited me for Thanksgiving, he bought me a pair of slipper, and they were actually wide enough to where I could wear it, with my poor toe that's going to be, decapitated. So those were special slippers. But it sucked. I just woke up. I really did not need to go through that. But
I know the feeling. I had a traumatic experience just a couple of days ago. I
Really?
forgot. Yeah, I forgot to change out of my house shoes, and I went to Kroger, right? And so I'm walking around Kroger, and I got my house shoes on, which really don't look. I mean, come on, they look like house shoes, but they don't look. I mean, it's not like they're like I don't know, fuzzy bears or something. So I'm walking around the Kroger, and these two little freaking preteen little monsters, like there with their parents, obviously running around the store acting like fools, and they were laughing at me. They like walked by me and they laughed at me and like, oh yeah, and they like said, that old dude's wearing his house shoes, and I was like, oh whoa, hold up. I'm wearing the house shoes. That old dude kind of floored me, to be honest. And like, I was like, holy shit, like, damn, So now every time I've looked in the mirror since then, I tell myself, you're not even seeing the real shit, dude.
That's funny.
You
look
feel
fucking 60.
You feel like an old dude now.
Fuck. But anyway, sorry. But yeah, that reminded me of that.
Well, thank God you were in a Kroger and not
Hey,
Walmart.
when you get older, you'll know something about forgetting to change your shoes. Like,
right?
It happens.
You know what? I've actually gone to work in my other fuzzy black slippers that the neighbor dog took off with one of them. I went to air dry them on the porch, and I got one missing slipper. I'm still looking in the neighborhood to find out if anybody's located my slipper. There was a brand damn new slippers, and I show up at work too in slippers. I'm like, why are you wearing slippers? Well,
they're comfy.
They are, and you forget that you're wearing them, and you forget to put your shoes on. Yeah, I know. I go through that all the time. So you're not alone.
The house slippers are very comfy.
They do. They do. Totally. Well, where are we at now with this woman? Oh, I can't stand looking at her. I want to take her pigtails. Oh, you know what I want to do with those pigtails.
Turn on the water and take the ice that was in our ice maker upstairs and put it in, and have him get in.
Initially, how long was he supposed to sit in the cold water?
30 minutes.
30 minutes? And that, when we say cold water, we actually mean water with ice cubes in it. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And how often, when did that start in relation to when Timothy died? If you remember.
I do not remember the exacts.
And do you know about how many times you did that up until the day the day before Timothy died?
Before the day that Timothy died?
The day before Timothy died. We'll get to that in just a moment. I believe that
3 then.
So you remember doing it 3 times before the day before Timothy died.
Yes.
And who would direct you to put him in the ice bath?
Shanda.
Was there some type of camera in the bathroom as well?
Yes, on the counter.
Was that camera monitored by somebody if you were in the bathtub or if you were in the bathroom with Timothy?
Shanda.
Were you instructed to stay in the bathroom with Timothy when he was in the tub?
Yes.
Why?
To ensure that he couldn't get comfortable or try to turn the water hot.
And what would you, if you tried to move around, what were you instructed to do?
You can tell he's going back in memory.
I don't quite understand.
If you said that you were supposed to make sure that he stayed uncomfortable, how were you supposed to make him uncomfortable in an ice bath?
Put his body at an odd angle that was not a comfortable position to be in.
When he was in the tub, would he try to rest his head somewhere?
On his shoulder, yes, or the lip of the tub.
Was that allowed?
No.
See how he
When a
just
fire
looked at
starts,
her,
every
and
moment matters.
I'm like blown away.
How quickly
Sorry
can
for
you
the commercial,
respond?
guys.
What would you have?
I know this is difficult for you, Paul, and you and I have had a number of conversations about this matter. But I need you to look at a text message that you sent to your mother. It's got a photo that you took of your brother.
Oh, he's got to look at the picture
Remember
of his
sending that
brother
text
now.
message?
Yes, sir.
For the record, this is People's 36A. This has been previously shown to the jury. Who took that photo of your brother?
Me.
See how his
And
shoulders
you sent
went
it to your mother?
forward?
Yes, sir.
Why did you send it to your mother?
Because I was concerned with how thin he was.
That photo was taken on, do you remember what the date was?
Not the exact, no.
If your phone indicated it was June 13th, you'd have no reason to dispute that.
No, sir.
And you just became, again, the reason you sent it to your mother was why?
Because I was concerned about how thin he was.
You remember what your mother told you to give him after you sent her that photograph?
Bread?
And then is there a reference to bread and some peanut butter?
Yes.
So at that point, your brother's very skinny, right? Was he eating regular meals at that point?
No.
Were you still administering the hot sauce on the bread as a form of punishment for him during that time period?
Yes.
And did that continue all the way up until the time of his death?
Yes.
Did he ever eat any normal type of meal leading up to his death after you took that photo and sent it to your mother?
That day I made him an actual real meal, an actual peanut butter and jelly sandwich, as well as scrambled some eggs and put cheese in them.
Did you tell your mother you made that meal for him?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because I didn't want her to be upset with me.
Isn't that sad?
It is sad. And, when you look at his eyes when he does look at her, a lot of times it's like he would choke her out if he could.
Yeah. But you could see fear in it. You could feel fear. That's why I'm so curious. You know what? I would love to write this boy a letter. I really would love to write him a letter. Just because, it's like, how your heart just goes out to somebody and you could feel it. And you're like, what did you go through? There's got to be more involved for you to be in that position to want the acceptance and be obedient to this evil heathen. I just, but you could tell he's got some empathy because, you know, the prosecutor shows him the picture of the brother that he took the picture of to send to his mother because he was so thin. Now you got to understand the date of this was in June 13th, and the brother died July 5th or 6th. So this is just a couple of weeks before he dies, about 2.5 weeks or so, almost 3.
Yeah, and the abuse apparently started like a month after he came there. It was a very short amount of time, and that from between him coming there and the abuse starting, and then his abuse starting and his death. I just don't. Has anyone said, like, has she even offered any sort of why? Like, I mean,
but that's the thing that kind of throws me with this trial. They were very limited with certain things that they did on this one. They had the medical examiner. They had the son testify, right? They had the police officer and another lady assisting, going back and forth, reading, you know, taking positions. You know, the female was reading Shonda's part. Yeah, and the officer was reading his part. So they really had just that. They had no medical experts except for the medical examiner reading out the autopsy and the cause of death. And obviously, Shanda, no one, I don't know if anyone pulled a psych on her to evaluate her. You would think that that would be a priority of them doing that before trial, but I'm glad they didn't in a way. But then again, there we go. She's got experience in the court system with the appeal process. So that could be a strategic move that she could be using on her appeal too. Think about that, you guys. Put that in your back of your mind, because I'm curious about what this is going to do in the later head of months, you know, because obviously his trial is going to be in January. Okay. Now, because he testified against his mother, yes, the state has agreed to cut him a deal. And they made that arrangement, and they talked about that arrangement before he got on the stand or while he was on the stand. So that was an arrangement that they made. And I think that they had, even the prosecutor, you know, had time he took out, and he got to speak with him and talk with him. I really think all these attorneys felt that this individual was also a victim as well, even though he had to participate in the crime itself. But yes, we look at it, okay, he's 19 at the time. Yes, he's an adult now, right? But there are some kids that don't have the adult mindset. They're still socially delayed. That's where his disability, I think, comes in. And I really would love to see this child, young kid, young man, get the proper diagnosis, get the proper therapy, and move forward, because
he's going to.
Intense.
He's going to. He's going to be put under a microscope. These answers exist, and you know, I definitely would be curious if there's an interrogation video, if it's not sealed, but I wouldn't imagine it would be, or why it would be, but I'd be curious, like, to see it if it exists. And you know, Eddie said, why do people care about his feelings? He didn't care about his little brother's feelings. Was he locked up by his mom and never around outside humans during the whole abuse? If I remember right, the neighbor said they never saw this kid, but it was another one of those situations that in so many of these extreme cases where the neighbors in hindsight will say, yeah, we never saw this kid. We saw the other kids. We never saw this kid. We know he was there. We saw him standing in a window. You know, and then there's grandparents and
so my wife got me this weird new kitchen knife as a Christmas gift.
Don't mean to do that. Blah, 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 blah.
But there's grandparents and aunts and uncles and things like that, you know, that people that say, yeah, well, I hadn't seen, you know, Timmy for, you know, X amount of time. And, you know, it's all these people. It's like, I mean, gosh, like to, you know, for lack of a better thing, you just fucking see something, say something. Like, you know, I'd rather be wrong than something end up in a situation like this.
But you know what's interesting? I bet you this job that he had as a busser at Applebee's was probably his first job. And I'm curious to see how long he was working there before all of this transpired. Was he forced to go get a job? It's great that he did have a job. Don't get me wrong. At 19, you need a job. But like I think the mother was delaying his social development and giving him pieces of things that he was allowed to do because he was still living under her roof. He wasn't living with his father. He was living with her. And his father, he refuses to talk to anybody. So we don't have his side of the story. We don't have his experiences. And I'd be curious about that. As far as, did he observe anything while he was married to her? Well, this young man was, growing up. And the only person that showed up at the trial was the stepmother. Now, granted, they claim that they live in Florida, right? I don't care. Michigan, Florida, that ain't that far of a drive. If you got something significantly important like this and your kid is up for trial and, he's facing significant charges. His son got murdered. He's got one in jail. You would think a father would show up. But no, his wife did. That doesn't make sense either. There's some serious, strange dynamics going on in this family.
Well, I would imagine she exhibited some kind of fucked up behavior because this isn't something that just overnight she just decided to abuse her kid. I mean, that's why, it would be interesting to learn so much more about her and her upbringing. Just to know, she was probably abused, but to what extent, and that, because as we all know, that oftentimes that's these are all learned behaviors, and violence is a learned behavior. It's not something we're born with. So
exactly,
absolutely,
I totally agree. Let's hear what he has to say on this part.
Did you actually do that?
Oh, let's go back in just a little second here. I want you guys to hear this.
Unfortunately, due to a flat tire on my e-bike, I had to wait till 6 for my mother to get home and drive me to work.
So from 2 to 6 until your mother got home, you were home with Timothy, is that right?
Yes.
And where was Timothy that entire time that you were home with him?
In the bath.
You see how he crunched on his eyes because he realized.
Instructions on what to do with him while he was in that tub at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
What was she telling you to do?
2 to 6, guys. Remember that.
Make him uncomfortable, and at one point she had me heat up a pizza roll to see if he would be responsive to enticement.
Did you actually do that?
Yes.
And what did you? So describe for the jury exactly what you did with that pizza roll with Timothy in the cup.
I held it close, and when he responded, as per instruction, I was to pull it away from him.
So did you actually do this?
Yes.
So you actually held a pizza roll in front of him to see if he would respond. Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
I know it's difficult. Did he respond?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do when he tried to respond?
I had to, or as I was told, I pulled it away.
So we didn't get to eat the pizza roll?
No.
Do you recall while Timothy was in the tub, an exchange where your mother inquired about pouring hot sauce on his private parts?
I do, yes.
Did you do that?
No. That was beyond cruel, as everything else was.
That was beyond cruel. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
For anyone who doesn't know their metabolic
darn it, I just got to figure this out. That's when I need a backhand. All right.
So you put him in the tub around 2. Does your mom come home at 6?
Yes.
And when your mom gets home at 6, did you go to work at that point in time?
She drove me to work, yes.
Was Timothy still in the tub at that point in time?
Yes.
Still in the bathtub, you guys.
You and your mom
alone
drove to Grand Haven to drop you off at work, and Timothy's just in the tub?
Yes, sir.
Was he even physically able to move around at that point in time?
No.
Do you recall getting a text message from your mother around 11:30 or so that night while you were at work.
Yes. Though I saw it later than that because I was busy.
So you received the text message, but you didn't actually read it until a little bit later than it was received.
Yes, sir.
And what did you understand from that text message from your mother about where Timothy had been up until the time you were at work at 11:30 at night?
Still in the tub.
11:30 at night,
So
since 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
9 hours plus from the time that you first put him in the tub at 2 o'clock?
Yes.
When you got home, do you remember about what time you got home that night?
1 o'clock.
How did you get home? Did somebody give you a ride?
Yes. A
So
coworker.
Did your mom didn't pick you up that night, did she?
No.
When you got home at 1 o'clock, did you go to your bedroom?
Yes.
Downstairs in the basement area, the lower level?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Timothy at all?
No.
Did you check on him at all?
No.
When did you next become aware that something was happening with Timothy?
The next morning.
And what happened?
I had to get up early so that Shanda could drive me to the premises area of work. And I'd gone to the laundry room to get a pair of clean socks and was then made aware that he was not breathing.
And where was he at that point in time?
In the closet.
And who made you aware that he wasn't breathing?
Shanda.
Was he on his bunk bed?
No.
Was he ever on his bunk bed from the time that he was in that small closet until the time the police arrived?
No, sir.
You think about this. He comes home at 1 o'clock. Obviously, he goes to his room. His mother's home. So, obviously, in his mindset, he's thinking he doesn't have an obligation to watch siblings, right? Think about it. And he goes to bed, does his thing, wakes up early, right? But it was Shanda that took that boy out of the bathtub and put him in the closet. So at that point, it wasn't Paul this time that put him in the closet. It was the mother. And that kid was in the tub for more so over 9 hours, possibly more than that. Are you there?
Yep.
Glad I didn't lose you. I thought I lost you for a second.
Nope, I forgot I was muted. I totally agree.
I didn't mute you.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
No, I thought my mic was.
Oh, okay.
I've been muting it so people can't hear my chair squeak.
Oh, gotcha. What are you doing, Ranger? Come on. Lordy.
If you know, do you know how much time passed from the time that you first became aware he wasn't breathing until 911 was called?
18 minutes.
And during that 18 minutes, did you tell your mother or ask your mother if you were going to call 911?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what she said?
No. She said no. Sorry, that was my bad.
I'm sorry. Good. Let's clarify that. Do you remember what your mother said when you asked her if we should call 911?
She said no.
And you didn't call 911 at that time?
No.
During that time period,
He's body language. That
what
bothers
were you doing?
I was attempting to resuscitate, though it was too late.
And it was Paul that had to resuscitate, not the mother. Paul.
At the time when he came out of the small room, how did he get out of the small room at that point? How did his body actually come out of the small room?
He was removed.
By who?
Shanda, and I believe I helped a bit.
What was he wearing when he came out of the room?
Nothing but an adult diaper.
At some point, did you put clothes on him?
Yes.
Who put the clothes on him?
Both me and Shanda, per Shanda's request order, however you'd like to phrase it.
I think they put
So
his
before he
pants
was wearing
on.
the diaper, but you put the clothes on him while he's unresponsive outside of the smoke room.
Yes.
And what do you remember? What clothes you put on?
A hoodie, a pair of my jeans, and Shanda had me remove my belt and put it on him.
Did she tell you why she wanted you to take the belt off and put it on?
Because the pants were too big.
And look how skinny he is already. Unreal.
About a hunger strike?
Yes.
What was the discussion about the hunger strike at that point?
Shanda said to say that he'd gone on a hunger strike.
Can't believe she thought that would work.
And that we found him on the bed.
Seems obvious, but who was she referring to?
Timothy.
And said that he was found on the bed?
Yes, the bed.
Today is the 23rd of November 2023, and Gaza is still under the fire and under.
So if he went on a hunger strike where he was down to 60-something pounds, I mean, even if he hadn't died, like that's some massive abuse. So you let your kid not eat and get to this low body weight and didn't take him to the hospital or the doctor or. Right. I mean, it was never going to work. I just,
And the thing is when he asked her, should we call 911? Nope.
No. Yeah.
And it was about 18 minutes. And then she's already concocting a plan. Oh, pull him out of the closet. Let's get him dressed real quick. God forbid anybody finds him in a damn adult diaper or laying on a tarp in a closet. Let's lie and say he was laying on a bunk bed.
Well, I mean, and wearing his brother's pants and belt. And I mean, I can't believe that she would be, I mean, I guess, it's absolutely true that, really smart people can be really fucking stupid at the same time. Yeah. So for her to think any component of this would have worked, like, the pant size, like all these things, they would have been caught on to every single piece of this. Quickly. Right. It wouldn't even have taken a long time.
I just noticed Salty's gone. Where'd he go?
I don't know.
He probably has to work tomorrow.
A few minutes ago.
I'm sorry, Salty. I know we're invested in this. Get carried away. It's probably very disturbing for him because he doesn't like stuff like this either. Nobody likes it. It is a trigger warning. It's a very upsetting situation. But I just don't get it.
And then the police are also involved.
Look at his body language, how he's
at some point in time
looking in that direction.
Leave you guys alone in the home?
Yes.
Later that night?
Yes.
And when that happened, did Shanda do anything with any of the items in the house?
She disposed of evidence.
What did she dispose of?
Vibration detectors, a camera upstairs that was not confiscated. She broke the memory chip that was inside into 4 pieces and threw them out the window as we were driving to Grandma and Grandpa Vonder Ark's.
So you went down to Grandma Vonder Ark's that night?
Yes.
And she disposed of evidence on the way down to...
Yes, and the vibration alarms were thrown into a trash can, stuffed in a plastic bag and thrown into a trash can at the Chick-fil-A near our house.
When you say the...
That's where you know she had intent to cover up her crime. That was complete intent right there. To throw that stuff, get rid of a memory card. See, I mentioned that earlier tonight, all those video cameras, there's got to be a memory card in it. And if you're downloading an app, you would think there might be an online storage. And that was one thing that they didn't throw into evidence, I don't believe, not that I saw or heard, was any evidence for the footage. But she deliberately took her kids, the one's dead, and she drives them to the grandparents' house, and she's tossing shit out the window. Unreal.
Well, you would think there would be some kind of metadata.
There's got to be.
I don't know. I don't know enough about that stuff, but you would think that there would be something, if not accidentally.
So, you know, for so much footage, and and then all these exchanging of messages or whatnot. But I don't know that, I don't know if I really honestly want to see them. But
it's too disturbing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just hearing about it is
bad enough.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't think I would be able to handle watching something like that. That would infuriate me to no end. Totally. And maybe they do, and they just felt that it was the right thing not to present it, because it would be too graphic and it would cause a very serious uproar. A lot of people in society, if they were to see that, shit. Can you imagine? They make a big issue, when people get killed or run over by cars or police brutality, let people in the public sector in the society see a woman do that to her kid, that would be, I don't know, the outcome wouldn't be good. I don't think.
Tell you what, sometimes community justice is, more effective. And back in the, earlier days, or, mid last century, if, someone, or earlier, a little earlier than that, but if someone in the community was doing something like this to their child, the men in the community would show up at your door and tell you, lay another hand on that child, or, your wife or whatever. And we're going to come back and we're going to whip your ass within an inch of your life. And,
right.
And it was effective.
Right.
These things going on, and they go on so much. There was a case I listened to a few years ago, a podcast, and I mean the horrible, vile creativity that some of these abusers use. This little boy was, somewhere in one of the square states. Stepmother was like confining him, putting chain link fence around him and latching it, and then stuffing him in a shower, and would keep him there for days. And it's just these things that these people come up with, like this lady, like who even, like, what happened to, not that any abuse is acceptable, but it just seems like, did people used to like slap their kids around more, and now they're doing these like next level fucked up torture shit. Like,
right.
Sorry for the language. I don't.
No, you're good.
I don't know. Like it's just, it blows me away. I don't understand it. And when you're at the Kroger, like it's like you're probably walking by like someone like this,
right,
and don't even know it.
I know. In a way, I'm glad that there is no public justice in this situation, because the sensitivity of the case subjecting to this 19-year-old being a victim himself. I know it's kind of hard to wrap your head around. Some people would have a hard time wrapping it around their head, thinking, how can this person be a victim? There's a lot of dynamics here, I think, at play, that for people that, would be more attentive to identifying or have the knowledge of victimology would understand that. I see a victim, and I see a person that has been subjected to a significant amount of abuse, and there doesn't have to necessarily be physical abuse, but I think there has been a form of all three, in my opinion.
I wonder if that's not the mother in you or something, because I'm more skeptical with this guy. Like,
really?
I just, without knowing more about the way he was raised, is this a situation where he was actually a spoiled little brat, and did he resent the brother? Like, I mean, there's a lot, I agree. Probably he was a victim of abuse, but I'd like to know more, like, before I make a decision, because just like I can't imagine being her, I can't imagine being in his shoes and being able to carry that out.
Right.
And we hear a lot of stories in these cases about people like him that would take the abuse for the disabled brother if it comes down to it.
Right. Yeah, well, usually it's that way. Yeah, so that's why I don't understand a lot of it either, and I would love to learn more, just because this is a very unique, interesting case. It's disturbing in itself, but what why does a person get to that point where they feel that they have lost that much control of their decisions, where they're following the instructions of another individual dictating how they're doing it and carrying it out? I mean, obviously the mother is a severe narcissist from hell, beyond narcissism. She's like psychopath, but I think her level, if she had any abuse at all in her history, it was dominated probably more likely by a narcissist itself. But I wonder if he was subjected, and Timothy was subjected to abuse on both ends by both parents, because you've got a father that's in Florida. He doesn't show up for the trial or the court hearing. I mean, I'm sure he's a breadwinner, so he's got to work, but either way, still, you can always take a day off, for something serious like this. It just doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about that relationship, or if it's been talked about, like, between this father and these boys, but
no, it hasn't. That's the thing. I haven't heard nothing. And I know Court TV had said when they tried to reach out, I think it was Court TV or Channel 13 News in Michigan, somebody reached out to try to get in touch with these kids' father. And that's how I know that they live in Florida, and the stepmother is the one who showed up for the trial. That was the only family support that this kid had, or Timothy had, was just one family, and she wasn't really biological. She was just married into, and no other support system. So where's the mother's dynamics here? Where's the mother's family relatives? Did she have her kids involved in other people's lives, aunts, uncles, cousins, etc.? Nobody knows anything. And I am so curious. So curious.
Yeah, and no one asks. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like with these cases, it kills me because it's just people that know something's wrong and they don't speak up.
I know.
And I don't understand that. And and that boy I was talking about, his grandmother like lived in the same community and hadn't seen him for months. And she was like, she knew something was wrong. Her gut told her something was wrong and all this, but she didn't want to cause any problems. And it turned out to be a tragic ending for that boy. And so it blows me away. American Honey said he may have had a bit of resentment for the responsibility that she put on his shoulders. Just a thought. I totally agree.
I agree.
I think you can see it in his eyes when he looks over at her.
Yeah. You could tell by his body language, and that's why I kept pointing it out, how he's tensing up. His shoulders go inwards when he looks in that direction, or like when he had to see the picture of his brother that he texted to his mother, you could tell the nervousness. He's losing a little bit of control, he's kind of like, it's almost like the beginning stages of a child going into fetal position, that crunch movement that they do, where they want to hide. They're embarrassed, they're ashamed, they're guilt ridden, everything. And it just, oh my gosh, let's punish the kid and put him in that crouched position. You could just kind of feel that body motion a little bit. I think maybe I'm in tune to that, paying attention. I don't know. Maybe it's just my observation, but
Eddie said he's going to be a favorite in prison. I'll be surprised if he goes to prison actually, but what is he facing time wise?
Child abuse charges right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, what's the sentence?
Well, what's the max sentence for first-degree child abuse is life sentence without parole.
Life sentence, really?
Yep, and that's what the mother got. That's a good thing that the mother got. That's why it concerns me with her legal background, having experience in the appeal process. I really think she's going to have a hard time finding somebody that's going to be really 100% supportive. They're going to do their job, but I don't think they're going to want to take, no attorneys want to take a lot of cases, but unfortunately they're in situations where they're forced to have to do it, and you have to be ethical about it. And,
well, so that makes me curious. So he definitely made a deal. We know that. And
yes.
So he shouldn't be going to trial theoretically, right? Because he made a deal. So if he made a deal, it has something to do with the time he would get, not just the reduction of charges or something, but
he's going to have a reduction in charges for sure. The prosecutor talked about that too, where obviously he's got to face some consequences. He's going to have to face some responsibility. But one thing that I will say about this kid, he's aware of his responsibilities and his consequences are coming, and he's okay with that. I think that's why he went to the great lengths. He wants justice. And I think he was sincere about when he said that he wanted justice for Timothy, because he failed him in a sense of, I didn't protect you. I didn't do enough for you. And that's when he came to, when they asked him, did you love your brother? And, he makes the comment of saying, I don't think I loved him enough. And there's more to that. And you could tell with the conversation that was transpiring when that event happened, you can kind of get a clear picture that this kid was obviously not shown the right way of how to love. He's just born into this world and thrown into what he's thrown into, and accepts because of natural human behavior adaptability, and just goes with what he knows, right? We never know how to do something unless somebody shows us. Like you said, it's all from learned behavior.
Well, I think where that's going to come out is going to be during his sentencing, because during his sentencing, he's going to have that opportunity to put up mitigating circumstances. And so if he was abused, if he was any of these things, that's when it's going to come out. And
right.
So that'll be interesting to see. His sentencing probably will take, it's definitely not going to be a day kind of thing. It's going to be days or weeks, and just for his sentencing. So yeah, that'll be interesting.
Well, this trial went for like 3 days, I think 3 or 4 days. I can't remember.
Wow. That's fast.
It was fast. Yeah, it was.
But it's pretty straightforward though, right?
Yeah, very much. And so with his coming up in January, I definitely will be following that. So y'all keep in mind, we're definitely going to go on that one. Because I do want to hear his side of the story. I want to hear if he's going to share any experiences by what we're watching, what we're observing, what we're listening to. I'm definitely curious as to see if there's going to be some kind of I can't find the right word for it, but him explaining to people his dynamics at home, so maybe people can have a clear picture. But his charges, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be a misdemeanor. I think he'll probably get stuck with a felony. He's already been in jail for it's about 1.5 years, couple of years now, almost. Yeah, so he's gonna, when you're in jail, you get a little bit more time off your books than you do when you're in prison, from what I gather. So, would they give him felony with probation with time served? Who knows? And then mandate him to, intense therapy, which I think would be great. But when this kid gets out of jail, where the hell is he going? Where's his family support?
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna have a lot to rebuild. I don't know if, because bail reforms, I mean, in my state, I live in a conservative state, and bail reforms have even taken effect or had an effect here. And so, I don't know about, with it being child abuse and being a public, such a well-known case where there could be an outcry if one convicted of something like this did not get jail time, I guess that could factor into it. But they have this way of figuring out, like, based on, essentially, does he have a record? Like, did he graduate high school? Like, different things like that. And it's a scoring system. So, I'm not so sure he would get jail in my state, being a first timer and as young as he is. It's just, man, I think it really comes down. I think that the testimony or the evaluations that he has most certainly had or is going to have before his own sentencing hearing, that could really have an effect with this case,
right,
on his sentencing.
Yeah. We have American Honey said, he said, I didn't love him enough. The reason why he said that, when you're coming, I think when he came to realizing right from wrong, or, like the police officer, the detectives, talking to him and asking him questions, about, is this normal, et cetera, et cetera. The processing, we got to think about the processing of his information. Obviously, his social skills are a little disabled, are underdeveloped, I should say. But his processing, I think, is delayed as well because of how he was raised as a child was affecting his young adult life as far as his decision making. But you're going to end up finding out that obviously he hasn't been fully diagnosed as far as, autism, to see if he's been autism, but he does have a diagnosis of what is it called? It's reactive, I think. Reactive say it for me, Ranger. Reactive dissociative I can't even say it.
Disorder.
Yes, there's not a dissociation disorder. It's called reactive dissociation disorder. Okay. And usually people with that diagnosis have had issues at infancy or in their child years, but below the age of 6 usually. And that's usually
you're built emotionally the first 3 years. Like, it's all
right.
built in the first 3 years. So it's,
Oh, did they change it now? It used to be up to 6.
That's 3.
So, okay. So, I think when he was coming, he loved him. Don't get me wrong. And I think if he had said that, maybe people would fully understand what he meant by what he said. I do believe he loved his brother. But when he identified it by saying, I don't think I loved him enough, because why would I put him through this? Why would I do this? Obviously, that's not how love is shown or love is given. And that's not how you love somebody. And I don't think he was really conditioned to understanding that in his years of life already. And so he's already got a diagnosis of reactive dissociation. And it makes sense with some of his behavior and his choices. And then he made the example of, where obviously he is going through therapy now. You could tell because of the comment that he made where they kind of referenced him to Stockholm syndrome. Okay. Now, each one of those diagnoses are 2 different things. And I did some research on that too. As far as, the Stockholm syndrome and the disassociation. Because the mother also claims to have the same thing. So was it the mother's diagnosis, or was it an official diagnosis from a doctor? We're yet to not know, But let me see if I can find this real quick.
Well, there's certainly a lot of, I'm like I was saying earlier, I knew about this case, but I didn't know as much as I know now. And after listening to these different testimonies today, there's far more I want to know about this case now. And as awful as it is, it's my curiosity. And but it even makes me question, like on a sort of deeper level. So you have this woman, let's just assume that she was abused. And then she carries on this crazy abuse with her child, which oftentimes in these cases, there are multiple children in the house and there's only one child that's targeted. So and so I wonder with this boy here, so if he was abused, or he clearly was mentally abused no matter what, but he just didn't get where he's at by himself. Let's be real. So if but is he ever going to be fit, to be a parent? Is he, I mean, if we say, well, if we put so much into the way that people are raised, or the environmental things that happen to us when we're growing up, that applies to this guy too.
Yeah.
So, how fit is he going to be? I mean, it's his well-being is important, of course, as well, but the idea of the justice system is that, the community's well-being. And so sort of theoretically, is the community going to be safe with this guy on the street, or should this guy be going to jail with his mother? It's a difficult thing.
Well, the disassociation, the diagnosis that I meant to mention was the reactive attachment disorder, which is also known as RAD. That's the abbreviation for it, which involves a significant difficulties forming emotional bonds and connections with others. And let me see.
And that's where it would be interesting to know, like, what his coworkers say about him. Like, was he social? Like, or was he like we're seeing here? Was he real, like, sort of, he clings to himself, his arms crossing, all of that. He's gripping himself. He's not just crossing his arms. He's actually gripping himself.
Yeah. Well, he's also uncomfortable too, because he's in shackles and handcuffs, and that shit hurts. And when you're skin and bones, that's going to even hurt more, because it rubs up against the bone. It's going to be uncomfortable. So he's not comfortable sitting there. And obviously the courtroom is cold too. And he's in jail clothing, and that shit ain't comfortable either. But let me give the definition to RAD for everybody. It's typically develops in early childhood when a child has experienced significant neglect and disruptions in caregiving, or inconsistent and inadequate care. Children with RAD struggle to form meaningful and lasting relationships, often displaying social and emotional difficulties. The symptoms include avoidance of physical contact, lack of responsiveness to others and to emotions, difficulty forming and maintaining relationships, limited expression of positive emotions, hypervigilance, or lack of attention to social cues. I can see definitely a lack of attention, social cues on him. Now, early experiences shape the developing of the brain, and lack of consistent nurturing care during the critical periods that can impact the neural pathways associated with emotional regulation and social bonding. Children with RAD may exhibit alterations in brain function, particularly in areas related to attachment and emotional processing. So, the effects of reasoning and logic can be impacted by the challenges that are forming in healthy attachments that can influence cognitive and emotional development. Individuals with RAD might struggle with trust, impulse control, and understanding social nuances. This can affect their ability to reason and engage in logical thinking within social contexts. And what is the treatment? Early intervention and therapeutic approaches that focus on building positive relationships are always crucial for individuals with RAD. Therapy aims to establish a secure attachment with caregivers and promotes emotional regulation and develops social skills. It's important to note that while early experiences significantly shape a person, individuals with RAD can respond positively to appropriate interventions. and understanding and addressing attachment difficulties early on can contribute to healthier and emotional and cognitive development. So there's no medical term or mental health diagnosis of the straight detachment disorder. It's called reactive. So, and then, is it possible for an adult with RAD be rehabilitated as an adult that helps eliminate the difficulties associated with RAD that affect adult decision making? Well, rehabilitation and therapeutic interventions can have a positive impact on adults and receive attachment disorder, although RAD typically originates in childhood due to early disruptions in the caregiving, like I said before. And the individuals can still benefit from targeted interventions as adults. And the considerations would be, psychotherapy, especially attachment-focused therapies that can help individuals with RAD develop healthier patterns of relating to others. Therapists work to establish a secure attachment with the client, fostering trust and emotional regulation. Then you've got counseling and support that can address the specific challenges related to trust, communication, and forming relationships. You've got group therapy and support networks that may provide additional opportunities for social interaction and skill development. Then you've got social skill training. And obviously, this kid's going to need a lot of social skill training because the adults that have the RAD may benefit from targeted training in social skills and emotional intelligence. Learning and practicing these skills can contribute to more positive interpersonal interactions. So cognitive and behavioral interventions, there's techniques that can help individuals identify and change the negative thought patterns and behaviors. And this can be particularly beneficial in addressing issues such as impulsivity and difficulty in reasoning. And I definitely think he's got that. Medication is also in some cases prescribed to, address the specific symptoms or co-occurring mental health conditions. This is typically done in conjunction with therapy, obviously. But it's, the degree of improvement can vary among individuals and progress may take time. The establishment of a therapeutic relationship built on trust is often a crucial first step. The willingness of the individual to engage in therapy and the consistency of therapeutic support may play a significant role in the rehabilitation process. So while RAD can present ongoing challenges, many individuals with the disorder can develop more adaptive coping mechanisms and improve their ability to form and maintain healthy relationships. Working with mental health professionals who specialize in attachment-related issues is essential for effective intervention. So that's what I came across on my research. I found that interesting. See, I know you are interested highly in this because it's on a psychological aspect, as well as I am too. We're both curious about that. But I'm also curious about the the neuroscience aspect of it, they both intertwine. And I'm just as fascinated with
some people are born this way,
right?
And things happen. I mean, I'm grateful every single day, no joke, that I was not born with schizophrenia or one of these things that that you can't control, like you just and it controls your brain of all things.
Exactly.
So, that's why it's just such a complicated but interesting issue.
I know. Yeah, definitely.
There's a lot more that I hope you do more of these about this case because there's a lot more to talk about, I think.
Definitely. You're probably working tomorrow, right? I know I am.
It was tomorrow.
Tomorrow is Monday.
Oh no, today's Monday.
Today's Monday. Well, I got to go to work tonight, so I get off on the same day and that I go right back to work on. But I took tonight off, so what will happen is I can get some sleep tonight, and I could probably go ahead and do another show tomorrow if you guys are all interested. where we can do a part 2, where we can go ahead and continue on with the mother's part of it.
Oh yeah.
I can definitely play the rest of this real quick. There's a little bit left of it. This is now, grant you, this is Paul Ferguson. And I'm so grateful. You know, I remember when Court TV started. Oh my Lord, it's been such a long time ago. And I am so glad that they are in the position where they can film these court proceedings, you know. So people, like when I was doing criminal procedures, when I was taking that during my years of college back in the day, I remember my instructor. It was so funny. I call her instructor, but she was an attorney. And back in the day, that was when we had VHS tapes. That's how long ago it was for this, right? And we remember those God, what is it called? I can remember the guy's voice. He had the awesomest radio television voice. Very dramatic, but serious, very deep, and, you know, so professional. But it was on this one show, and it talked about criminal cases, okay? And so my instructor tells me, you know, yeah, you guys are more than welcome to bring in a videotape and we can watch it. And what we would do is we'd watch these tapes, like court cases, like Court TV, and we would analyze it in class, okay? So everybody loved me because I always came into class with the VHS.
I bet.
And I was known for that. And I had so many of them.
You push
know,
the cart
they were-
around, you know, like they had the TV on top and the VCR on
Yep.
like the second shelf. Like
Yep. And I would watch it with grandma, and boy, I would say, yeah, this is interesting. And I can't wait to bring this to class. And, you know, this is like the early 90s, you know, when I was doing that. You know, when unsolved mysteries was a big thing. And, you know, what else? That one guy, he started his show too. America's Most Wanted, you know, was in the works, and he was building that up. And now it's amazing how big it is and how his son is running it, which is amazing. But it's I don't know. It's just, you know, watching them, we can learn a lot from them, because even watching videos, you know, law enforcement do it, the legal sector do it, psychologists do it, doctors do it. They all watch videos just so they can learn from examples or experiences.
Eddie said Rangers cards had reel to reel on it.
Reel to reel. Oh, or you had to splice
Nice jerk.
to edit.
I'm gonna send him a picture of a middle finger. Check your text, asshole.
Yes.
That's funny.
One of those, the sensor that was on the small room door?
Yes.
We're going to get to the part about the last day. See his head go down. You could tell he's ashamed of himself. Survivor's guilt, I would think. A little bit.
Yeah, I mean, something he's never going to be able to remove from his mind.
And look at that.
Ferguson, we've had some. You testified about some of the alarms that were placed on.
He's got more
Timothy's
empathy
body.
than she does.
Alarms. What would those alarms do? I mean, how would they make noise or alert people?
A loud beeping.
Was that something you could hear if you were in like close to the alarms?
Yes, through solid wall even.
And did Timothy have some ear problems?
Yes,
What
sensitive hearing.
It's sensitive hearing.
And had tubes implanted at one point.
To your knowledge, was Shanda aware that he had these hearing problems and the tubes in his ears?
Very much so.
And again, to your knowledge, was it indicated to you that the alarms were a form of punishment for him? That as if they went off, they would be harmful to him,
Painful.
distracting to him?
I believe so.
And we talked about being made to stand against the wall. Was he made to do something else against the wall as a form of punishment as well?
Wall sits.
And wall sits, for the jurors that might not be aware, is what, basically?
back pressed against the wall, sitting with your crouch with your legs as though you're sitting in a chair.
But nothing to support your weight on your buttocks or your upper thigh area.
No.
And at some point, he was forced to do that as well.
I have no further questions.
This is an excellent outdoor garment that finally checks all the boxes. The hoodie from.
All right, let's get rid of that real quick.
Wow.
Yeah. So now I have done that wall crunch before in my lifetime. Okay. I was a very active child myself, energetic. So I've seen that kind of punishment in a minor form, nothing compared to what this poor kid had to endure, you know. But that's also a military tactic, you know. Kind of.
Well, we had to stand in the corner, like my mom was a stand in the corner lady, you know, which, you know, was effective. Like I hated that shit. But it just breaks my heart with this kid, like the thought process of this kid every day, all day, day and night, fucking torture.
For 6 months. Oh, over 7 months. Well, you started from February to July. You know, when I was in the military, you know, and you're in the field and you got to shoot this stupid M16, right? And I remember during basic, we had to get up on our elbows. Okay. And you probably had to go through this, but your legs are not resting on the floor at all. Your top tip of your boots have to be where your toes are pointing on the ground. And the only thing holding your body above the ground is your elbows. And then you're in shooting position. Okay. That was painful enough doing that in the military for a long duration. And I thought, shit, 20 minutes was a long freaking time. You know what I'm saying? And that you had to have good body strength to be able to do that. But I can't imagine a 15-year-old having to be forced into positions like that I know.
This kid did not have this kid did not have the physicality for any of this. You know, the medical examiner talked about these black and brown spots in his stomach lining that are consistent with either diabetes or hypothermia. And because his body didn't even have the energy to shiver. And I mean, and they were keeping him in a garage that was 19 degrees at one point. And they're keeping him out there with no clothes and 19 degrees. It's like, I don't know, this whack job, if she watched, you know, too many fucked up videos or like what, like, you know, I don't understand so much of this. Like, how do you do you sit there and come up with ideas on how to torture your child that you gave birth to? I will never understand this.
Well, the video thing, the surveillance, the handcuffs, the shackles. Think about it. I wonder if she was obsessed with the movie Saw. Remember that movie Saw?
Oh, yeah.
Where you got the guy telling everybody, literally, that's a great example of this too. You got the guy telling these people that they got to do this to somebody else, or they're going to go through torture themselves in a different form or fashion. Think about it. It's almost the same example as those movie Saws.
I didn't even think about that.
The mind control. Yeah. See, I didn't think about that until just a few seconds ago. So, but that's a great example because he did everything by computers. He did everything by surveillance. You know what I mean? Had all these gadgets that, you know, do horrific things. I mean, I really wonder if she was obsessed with that. And that's where she got some of her morbid thought processing. Because I don't think she was any military. And I'd be surprised if she had a family member that raised her that was military with the Gestapo mentality. This woman literally put this kid through a 20th century modern day concentration camp in that closet. In my opinion.
That's true. Hey, Kevin, good to see you.
That was sick. That kid died like thousands of other children died during World War II.
Well, there's a question too, like, is this something that's more prevalent now, or is it just because we have the internet and we have, all these means of communication? So, are we just hearing more about something that is always,
right.
Is this something that's getting worse, getting more, but we know that child abuse comes out of a lot of situations such as job losses, economic hard times, which our whole country is going through. Most people are. And I don't think that's the case here, but but
I think she would probably like to use that as the excuse. Oh, pity me. My husband had a stroke. Now I got to deal with this. And I'm a single parent. Now I'm this, I'm that. Look at me. I don't got time. I'm too busy with my career.
Help.
Right.
Ask for help. Everybody knows that. She was not a dumb woman.
And that's the problem. I really do believe, since I was a kid, teenager, young woman, adult, mother, you name it, I all these years following crime cases, I really do believe the tactics of the crime, well, not the tactics, but the I think, well, obviously we know there's more mothers being incarcerated now than ever. More women are being incarcerated now more than ever because they're getting caught. But that's unusual too, because you think about it from all the statistics back in the day, men had that notoriety of being incarcerated more so than a woman, right? And then you got women committing all these crimes. They're killing their kids. And the public has announced in many states all over the U.S. that they've got these safe places where they can just drop their kids off. No questions asked. Just drop them off. Fire department, hospital, whatever. And I think our society has been silent on that enough to where people have the impression, oh, it's only good for newborns. I don't think they've done enough advertisement to say, hey, this goes for all children of any age, any size, shape, mental incapacity, whatnot. Who cares? We don't care. Just bring them on to us. You can't handle your kids. You're overwhelmed. Don't let your pride and ego get in the way. Make a phone call. If you're willing to doing that, you're saving that kid's life rather than you go to prison for committing a crime that you really don't want to think about committing, but you end up getting stupid enough to commit it because you're outraged or you can't have control with your anger management and shit gets too hard for you to handle. I mean, look at the domestic violence rate. That has escalated since COVID. I mean, cops are overwhelmed with domestic violence cases since COVID arose. It's almost quadrupled.
So Eddie wants to know: was mom on psychotropic drugs? Was she on SSRIs or anything like that?
No, because she
She wasn't diagnosed officially,
right?
So,
and
but we also know there's and unfortunately today family doctors are trying to play psychologists and giving out a lot of drugs without a diagnosis. So I mean, I think that's a good question. But,
well, Fast Eddie, the one thing that I did hear was that was one thing that they didn't do in this trial that a lot of people were surprised about. They didn't bring psychologists in. So we don't have a lot of information. Like I said, I was curious if they did a psych eval on her. I think they did. I'm sure they had to if she's going to trial. I would only assume that they would do that. That's usually a standard procedure, especially when you're facing a homicide charge. But was she on medication? We really don't know. Was she self-diagnosing herself? As far as we know, because there was no doctors, there was no evidence that substantiated any of her diagnoses whatsoever. And as a matter of fact, this is what cracked me up. Okay. Her memory loss, you guys. You're going to see this. I'll do the live tomorrow for the second part. She had the most impeccable selective memory process, and she blamed it all on her diagnoses.
Did you see the part where the prosecutor got it wrong? And I actually think he did this on purpose to prove that point about her memory.
I think he did too.
But where he said, I think he said 108 pounds, and she corrected him twice, and no, it was 104 pounds.
Yep.
He was at that
it was a tactic. I do believe so too. I really believe he did that on purpose. Yeah.
But anyway, I got to head out of here. Black Eagle says, I wish people would honestly ask themselves if they even really want kids. I totally agree with that. I mean, you know, but I mean, that's a whole other topic too, right? Does that come from education? Does that come from what? But I agree. Like just a slight moment of responsibility. And, you know, a lot of people won't be in the position of feeling like they have to make these kind of.
Yeah, I give credit to those that admit, no, I don't want no kids. I'm not ready for kids. I haven't made that decision yet. You know what I mean? I respect those people who make that decision, because sometimes they're actually making a very good decision. I mean, come on. Yeah, Jim Terry, I'm going to talk about you. Look at Jim Terry. That's a prime example. You got a person that doesn't want to be a parent, acknowledges it, and that's his choice. Free will. You got some people that wait a little longer for children, don't want it. They got their career in mind. They got their education in mind. And I think that's wonderful. Some people just feel like, no, I had a shitty childhood. I don't want to go through that. I don't want to put these kids through that, or the world's going to end. And I don't want to have no responsibility looking after for somebody. Yeah, I agree. Are you there?
Yeah. I mean, you just have to think about it. And, you know, I guess. I mean, you know, but it's easy. You try to be careful about my own commentary on that, because I don't have kids, and I think, you know, I mean, nieces and nephews, I think, are amazing though, and so I'm not against it. I just, you know, but even in the best of circumstances, you know, these situations happen. So
yeah, I agree. I mean, my cousin, she's been married. She's never had kids. I got another cousin. They've been married, almost 40 years. They don't have any kids, and they're great people, educated, career-minded, you know, and things just didn't work out for one, and you know what I mean? But they're okay with that. And, you know, there's other children to love, you know, that can use that love. So that's how they look at it. And I'm sure you feel the same way with nieces and nephews, you know. I would be the same way if I didn't have kids. Hell, I got enough of those, you know. That's good enough. I'd probably have more money in my pocket. That's so sad. I got it. That's humor, guys. That's dry humor, you know. But yeah, it's a tragic situation. It really is. Really tragic.
Yeah, I mean, actually, Phil and I talked about that, because, you know, he had said that, you know, that I think what he told me was that they say that to raise a kid, it costs $1 million a kid.
Yeah.
So
it's expensive.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
You know, I think, holy shit, like that's, you know, I mean, but you know, I mean, that's sort of like that's an even deeper question. Like, you know, should you not have kids because of economics? Should you, you know, because that's not, I mean, fundamentally, like, you know, for the history of humanity, like things have not been based on that as far as having kids, the majority, I mean. So,
well, did you know nowadays, this younger generation is actually having less kids than our generation? Believe it or not, like the millenniums, a lot of them, I mean, you might run into a community where a lot of people are getting impregnated, but then you get in a lot of the metropolitan areas and you outweigh the numbers. There's a lot of people that are choosing not to have children. And I think it goes beyond the economics too, you know, but I think that has a big factor in it though, especially with today. But, you know, you look at it, you know, with pandemics running around and everything, you know, people are afraid to have kids. You know, one, they're expensive. There's a lot of responsibility involved in it. And 3, you know, God forbid if your kid gets COVID and gets sick and dies, nobody wants a heartache, you know, or they're born with medical issues or concerns and stuff. It's, you know, a lot of people, some people, I think have just figured,
Well,
you know,
and and studies
career and
definitely show
education.
that the people that make those decisions to not have children based on economics or education or different things like that are typically people that have higher educations and
Yes, they do.
and a stronger economic background.
Yeah,
So
exactly. And I have a lot of respect for them. Trust me, because, you know, there's still that inner desire for a lot of them to want a family. And then there's some that just are really absolute on their decision. No, I just wish not to. I choose not to, you know,
self-discipline.
or yeah, very much self-discipline. I mean, my one cousin's sister, holy cow, they've been married for 40 years and both of them are a happy, very religious, involved community member kind of family. And they have both agreed not to have children. And so that was a, you know, a conjoining decision. And to find a partner that decides the same thing or that has the same wishes, that's very rare to find too. You know, that's why you'll bump into some of these families where the guy doesn't want a kid and the woman wants a kid, or the woman doesn't want a kid and the guy wants a kid. And that's when you got divorces running up amok, or people are getting abused. And yeah, but
I don't know nothing about all that.
there's so many well,
But
you know, I read too much.
Yeah, they're, you know, so
There's so many things.
so I gotta get out of here. It's 11
Yeah.
o'clock, but so hit me up
I
if
will.
you're gonna do something you know, again on this. And so in chat it says means of savagery. He says, tell Shaq Ryan of means of savagery will be back and wants to talk to her.
Oh, well, he was supposed to call me, so.
But thank you for
you're
having me
welcome.
up. This is the first time I've been on a panel in quite a while. And
I
there's going to
know.
be crazy rumors and conspiracies
I
tomorrow, which
love
are
it.
all going to be untrue. I'll just go ahead and say it myself.
I know.
But
I'm excited though. You know what? Thank you, Ranger, for coming, and thank you for choosing my channel. I am so grateful to have you back. I'm excited. It just feels like old times, and I'm just blessed to have you.
Thank you. I love talking about serious stuff.
I know, me too.
This has been
We're
fantastic.
both nerdies on that.
That's right. Thanks, Shaq Lady. Thanks,
You're
guys
welcome,
in chat.
love.
See y'all.
Have a good night. I'll talk to you later. Yeah, you know, I enjoy him and I love his dialogue. I just love listening to his voice. You know, he's got such a perfect radio voice, and Salty does too. And I'm like, what happened to Salty? But you know, he's probably got to work. You know, he's probably tired. And but it was so nice to have both Salty and Ranger tonight, you guys. That was just awesome. How lucky am I? I am just so tickled pink. You have no idea. But yeah, intuitive, I agree with you. It's hard for those, especially those that desire to have children. And then you hear cases about women who take their children out. It's like, God, do you know how many women out there and men who would love the opportunity to be a parent? You know, I'm the kind of parent, I could adopt that kid, Paul. I would be the kind of parent to do something like that. I don't care about age restriction. You know, I would have taken that 15-year-old kid. You know, let me tell you a story once. My oldest was about 3 years old. Okay. And this little boy, blonde, little blue-eyed little boy, comes out of the blue, walking up to my house. And he had like a window squeegee in his hand. And obviously he grabbed it to play with it. You know, God knows what these little kids do, you know, and it's just something interesting to him. So anyways, obviously he's befriended my son and they want to play together, and they're playing and I'm watching them in the yard and everything. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, this woman starts running towards us. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And at first I was like, oh, maybe her son. She's coming after her son, right? He got loose from her and she's just concerned. Okay. This woman keeps running. Then I hear her and she's getting closer. And the little boy got scared and he starts heading towards her direction. Well, when she finally reaches the little boy, she grabs a hold of his arm so hard, I thought she was going to pull it out of the socket. She takes that window squeegee and pulls it out of his arm, and she starts whipping on him with that damn thing. Oh my God. You have no idea how hard it was to restrain myself from her. I went off like a firebomb in heat. Let me tell you, I was watching this woman beat on her kid, and I was a bit of a distance away, so I had to run to this kid. But I also had my kid to watch. So this kind of sucked, because if my kid wasn't there, I guarantee you I would have peeled her off the grass floor. I literally would have tore right into her, because I cannot witness somebody doing that to anybody. I don't care if you're a child or an adult. I'm not the kind to step aside and turn my cheek. I'm going to do something. I'm going to stand up for something. That's just how I am. Okay. I got on the phone with the police. I called them. I said, y'all need to get out here immediately. This woman was beaten on her kid. I just couldn't imagine it. You know what I mean? The way she was doing it, the abruptness that she did it. And it was all because he took the damn window squeegee. She didn't give a shit about the welfare of him, or that he was at somebody else's house, that he ran off. She just beat his ass right in front of me, hitting him all over the place with it. I call the cops. I'm demanding. Oh my God, I just witnessed this. I mean, it was traumatizing for me. Okay. I could never imagine doing something like that to a kid. There's just no way. You'd have to put me out like a dying dog, because that just wouldn't exist in my, I don't know. Anyways, they make the police report. They come, they talk to the mother, they talk to the father, and I'm standing because I can see where she lives, and I'm seeing the cops there, and I'm hoping. I got my kid with me, and so, of course, I've exchanged my words with her and everything, and I threatened to beat her ass. I don't think I didn't. Oh, I did. I said, you want to beat on something? Come over here, you stupid ass bitch, and try to beat on me. I'll beat the fuck out of you. And I'm calling the cops, and I did. So they get over there. They didn't even call social services. I was mad. There is no way in hell you cannot take that kid away from these people, that woman especially. I said, she just beat that kid so bad in front of me and got away with it. But it happens, you guys. That happens. And it kills you. And you feel helpless, So like Salty said, and like Ranger said, if we see something, say something, protect a child, especially a child and an elderly person, because they're vulnerable. They're so vulnerable. When I hear stories about people bragging about disciplining children, that was a trigger for me, right? And at that time, when I hear that trigger, it's at the same time I'm listening to the trial, right? And that angers me. So I'm thinking, really? There are people out in this world that brag about shit like this, and they don't think anything of it. And it's like, there's got to be something not right with these people for them to have that mindset of thinking it's okay, or I'm going to make a joke about this and talk about it and think it's funny. That ain't normal. That's just not normal. And I'm sure you all agree. But what are your guys' thoughts? I mean, with what you just watched, if some of you've seen this, you would be, you've already seen some of it, but there's going to be some people that have not seen this. And I'm sure it was shocking to you. And I'm sorry if this was a trigger to anybody. I should have put that out there. But what are your guys' thoughts? I'd love to hear what your guys' opinions are about this. And do you think that Paul is also a victim in this situation? And do you also think that Paul was subjected to some type of form of abuse, even as a young child, all the way to his young adult years? Do you think it was a good idea for Paul to make a deal with the state and testify against his mother? What are your thoughts, you guys? I just would love to hear them. Oh my gosh, you know what? We have over 200 people in the chat. Oh my Lord, we've got a great crowd. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen these numbers in a long time, you guys, and I'm so happy that there's a lot of people on the channel tonight supporting. If you guys haven't hit that like button, please hit that like button. If you're not yet subscribed and you're just watching the channel, I welcome you. Definitely hit that subscribe button if you're not subscribed. We're definitely going to have some more stories coming in the future. I'm definitely making a comeback, and I'll try to do, a show at least once a week. I'll try to get on a schedule for you guys. I know January is going to be a lot better for me, a little bit, kind of, sort of, in a way, in between, just definitely better than December. But I'm just curious about all of this. And I know most of you as well are just as curious as far as the mindset is involved, You kicked yourself off your chair, Mayor? How in the heck did you do that? Boy, girl, you're about as clumsy as me. Okay, I missed that Cayenne banana. What did you say? Sorry, I couldn't resist. Employees called 911. She was arrested. I went home. What'd you do? Beat up on somebody? You had an experience too, I bet you. But what were you talking about, Kai? I missed it. I didn't get to see the chat all the way. Sorry. Some of the chat I get to see and some I don't because I'm talking. And y'all know I close my eyes sometimes because the screen gets too bright. But goodness, I am just amazed of our turnout tonight. And I am so tickled pink that we had the best chat we have had in a long time. We've had no disruptions. We've not had none. I haven't seen anybody fighting, arguing, throwing pissing matches across the room. None of that. And I am so grateful for that. But I think we've got a bunch of great like-minded individuals that like good topics and want to be able to have good discussions and learn about new things or discover new things and analyze new things. I think it helps foster a lot of our growth personally as individuals. I know by hearing stories like this, it opens our eyes to more awareness. It really does, because you never know. You might hear a story like this, and I'll share an example with you on that one too. Many, many moons ago, I was talking to this one guy. I was a manager of a property back in the day. This was like when I was married, and like ancient years ago. So anyways, I was managing this property, and one of my tenants come in, and he was shooting the shit. And he was talking to me and everything. And I don't know how the story came about, but I shared an experience of how my father was murdered. Okay. And so by me sharing that story, all of a sudden, a week later, he comes back in my office and he's like, "You won't believe this. I am so glad you told me the story about your dad and your personal experience. And I said, why? You won't believe what happened to me. Okay. So by me sharing my story of experience actually saved this man's life. Believe it or not, he came into my office to tell me this. I was like, holy cow, that's amazing. But wow, I mean, what do you say, right? I'm glad that my experience or my story helped save somebody's life. But can you imagine the stories that we hear, the experiences that we go through? We can probably help save somebody's life, and we can make that difference. And that's what I hope to achieve. If I'm going to spend any time on YouTube, I would hope that by leading by example in a good way, that we can make a difference in a positive light. And though it hurts our hearts to hear things such as this, it I'm grateful for the opportunity that God has given me, to be able to be here and to be alive to even share anything at all. So, we don't want to take things for granted in our lives either, because I mean, look at the outcome of other people where they don't get those experiences and they don't get to enjoy the fruits of their labor, or the longevity of their lives. So it's amazing. It really is. Now, I don't know about you guys, but tomorrow we can continue on with that trial and analyze that. Then I've got, I don't know if you saw this clip or not. Let me see what it says. Let me go to it and let me see. I'll play it for you just to see what it says. I couldn't remember. I had so many up here and I think I lost a couple. And then my icon went white. I don't know why that did that. So let's go to this part and let's see. Did we share this one? Let's see. Oh, that's her being quiet. To watch her body language, okay? That's what I was doing. But hold on here. Oh, poor thing. She's got a cold. I'm sorry. I just have a lack of empathy right now. A little bit. She doesn't. There's no emotion. No true emotion. All right, let's stretch out that body. Yep, see, she's looking straight dead at the camera. But there was a part where maybe it's in the beginning. No, it's got to be somewhere in here. But she looked like there was a clip part where she looked like, she pinched her finger or something and she was like, "Ow, ouch," and have that physical reaction where she's hoping maybe she has somebody to talk to in regards to her response of what just happened to her. And then she would crouch up her arms and cross them like, "Oh, I'm cold." And I'm thinking, boy, if I was in that courtroom, I would sit there and say, "How cold are you?" Literally, how cold are you? You're that uncomfortable? I don't know if I shared with you guys about the experience that I had when I was in the bathtub. I was telling you about putting cold water on my face. And I was having a moment of thought about this 15-year-old little boy, thinking, when you're touching the cold water and it's cold and you put it on your face, it's one thing. And then you put your toes up to the cold water and you're thinking, gosh, that's really damn cold, especially, wintertime now, it's really cold. But you're thinking, oh my gosh, I'm in a tub of water and that cold water is cold. And my bath is already lukewarm, right? And you're thinking, I can't imagine a full bath of this cold water on my body. That would be so uncomfortable, as it did affect my heart rate when, when you're putting water on your head, you're putting on your face, and you're like, okay, well, let me see if I can put this cold water on my arm. Can I tolerate it? Would it make me uncomfortable? Okay. So I'm doing an experiment with this damn cold water because I wanted to understand what kind of pain this poor child went through. And as an adult, as a mother, I'm going through this and I'm thinking, there's just no way in hell I could do it if somebody was forcing me to do this and not have to fight back or say anything or try to get out or escape or whatever. So you could tell that this kid was obviously at the control of adults. We know that. We could tell that there is some cognitive delayments. That's an obvious. But what a courageous little young soul to be able to tolerate that for all those times and all those hours, and unfortunately succumb to him. But what a strong young man this young man was, to tolerate that, to go through that, to be tortured. I mean, that just blows my mind that he had the strength and the resilience to keep on. And he was willing to go and keep on. And he did until he couldn't anymore. And he had no control over what happens. I'm just amazed by human life in general, the will to live, the will to survive. And yet, this individual probably still loved each one of those individuals, even though he was going through all that pain. In my eyes, in my thought process, that's what I'm thinking. This kid probably still loved them enough to still go through what he was going through. I don't know. Who's to say, right? But the arrogance, just the downright arrogance, just makes my stomach turn. I'm sure you all agree. But tomorrow, we can continue this on tomorrow. Gosh, we have 216 people. That's amazing, you guys. Hey, welcome, Mac Monster. Kayana. Who else do we have in here? If someone can tag me tomorrow to remind me to come over, I should be on about 11 Eastern. Well, I will be on probably much earlier. So what you can do is turn your notifications on. I'm pretty good about my community page as far as if I post a live, I'll post it on my community page and there'll be a link for it. So I'm glad you found this awesome, Monster, and you tuned in late, but I like your peaceful chats. Well, thank you. We appreciate that too. And believe us, we've gone through some hell and back on YouTube. So this is a blessing and a nice experience to have a nice, wonderful chat. We've come a long way, I would say. We've survived a lot with the last case that we were all on, and we're still passionate about too. And obviously this is a new case, and unfortunately there's always got to be a sad ending, it seems. But I think we have a bunch of great people in here. I really do. I believe I need to see more on the brother, but I can visibly see he is nervous around his mother. I believe there is most likely abuse to him as well mentally. I agree. Very much agree. I'm glad you liked the chat tonight. Well, we have a good mod too. You know, we have my favorite. So we've got a great mod, but yeah, I haven't heard of any problems, so that's a good thing. The I couldn't resist was a comment I said to Ranger. Oh, I missed it. You know me, Kai, you know me. Sometimes I haven't fallen asleep yet, but you know, my eyes get closed sometimes and I miss the chats. Mayor says, how do I always break one side of my headphones? Only Mayor. Well, quit laying on one side of your head, Mayor. That's how you don't break your headphones. What else we got here? Anyone that lays a hand on a child is sick. I agree very much. I was just curious about your comment, Kiana. Did I say it right? I'll be proud of myself if I did. What the comment of employees called 911, she was arrested. I went home. I don't know what that meant. See, that's where you lost me. I don't know what you were talking about. Maybe that's an AB conversation. But did I miss anybody else's comments about their opinions and thoughts about tonight and what they saw? Let me see. I'm scrolling, you guys. You know I'm a little slow. Yes, definitely. Thank you so much, Kiana, to showing up. And you know, definitely check the community page and you'll find out what time. I'll have to figure it out too. So, but I'll definitely do it early because obviously I'll have to go to work tomorrow night. So it can't be a really long. And if it is like more than 3 hours, then it definitely has to be in the afternoon time. So, and the more I practice, you know, the better off these screen shares are going to be, you know. So, oh, you're working a 16-hour shift. Gotcha. Okay. So, now YouTube has been all peaches and rainbows. Oh, yeah, definitely. Right. Yeah, of course. Yep. And good night. You sweet dreams to you too. Kiana, thank you for coming. Drew Smith is here. What's the down low on the DR case? Y'all were holding out on Rumble last night. Yeah. But, you know, even though, you know, I had some things holding out, the dynamics might change. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, there's never a guarantee with certain things. But, you know, it's all right. You know, I'm okay with that. You know, I'm still working on something, and yeah. So, and definitely, I'm having Salty help me with this because you know, he's out there, and it's easier for, you know, him to help me with certain things. But I'm not giving up. I'm definitely not giving up, and we'll definitely keep you informed as things come along. You know, but we've got interferences. There's people that have, you know, they just have this desire just to be a freaking cancer. They really do. I mean, it's almost like peeling a scab off. You know, they just, you know, the scab comes back. You just can't get rid of the scar. But yeah, it's annoying as hell. But that's okay. You know what? Because you know what? Karma's a good thing, and I do believe in karma. And I hope that those people that have warped mind thinking or ill will thinking or whatever their mentality loss process is, you know, I hope they get the help that they need. I really hope they get the help they need. But sometimes that doesn't help, even if they get the help. it doesn't help. So, but thank you for having me. I said I haven't had you, but appreciate your presence. Do you have a channel, Kaina? I didn't know you had a channel. Do you have a channel? See, I'm a little behind. Hey, it's been almost 5 months since I've been on a stream, you guys. Except for, I'll pop in here and there. And, but I stayed on the back burner for many reasons. And I observed a lot. And I'm glad I did. Yes, there were some times where I wanted to pop up, but I just had so much stuff going on. And, I mean, with my current project that I was working on, I'm hoping that people understand that my intentions are definitely in goodwill. I'm trying to protect the safety of individuals. I'm also trying to, protect the integrity of certain things. And then on top of it, when you're believing in something and you're believing in, individuals, and you're believing in their innocence and what have you not, you're the minority of a group or community that many others would feel indifferently about, right? So you're trying to, you're putting yourself out there, and you're hoping you can do the best that you can in hopes to helping another person. And but I can understand the stress levels of what YouTube brings to people. And with the Dylan Rounds case, obviously, that was a roller coaster ride in itself. And it still continues to be a roller coaster if you talk about it. But I mean, look at an example of this weekend. You mention one little thing and boom, there's so much rumors going on. And it's like, really? People, seriously. I rewatched a stream, listened to a stream, and some of the things that are being rumored were never even discussed. How in the hell did that thing come up like that? So, and then you got people jumping on other people's panels, running their chops, and you're like, you don't even know what's going on, and you're running your muck. And it's like, why did you feel the need to do that? You want to fit in somewhere? Is that the point? Are you lacking something? Do you need something? How much money do you need? Are you needing attention? Are you getting neglected at home or something? I mean, seriously, what was the purpose of that? That was the most adolescent stunt. And to think that I have people that have great integrity, and have proven integrity. People made mistakes along the way, and we learn and we adapt and we make changes and we adapt, so it's a revolving process. And trust is earned. It's not just given. It's got to be earned, and you can't just take something and not expect to give something in return. But it has to have the right intentions with it. But when you witness somebody pulling a stunt like they did on another stream, I have to laugh. And I know some people are like, why are you going to laugh about it? Well, I have to laugh about it. And I'll tell you why I'm laughing about it. Because one, not only did I catch you in a lie, two, I'm on the phone with the person you think I'm not talking to. and you don't know what we're developing or what we're working on and what we're talking about, and you're blowing your ass. I mean, it was just crazy. And then, but what made it even funnier was how she goes on a panel and she has no freaking clue that I still talk to this person. And he let her on the panel just because he wanted to go ahead and let her run her mouth. And I did. I told him, I said, let's just keep things quiet on the lay low, you know. They don't need to know we're talking, you know. I go along with his little punches on the air. That's fine. I don't care. People call me names. I don't care. That don't bother me, you know. But I already knew. And at that point, I had to laugh. And so, and then the same individuals probably think, oh, she's not going to know what I'm up to. Well, like Salty and I said, I am one step ahead. I do know what you're up to, and I'm not stupid, but I am a lot more adaptable than she knows. Very adaptable. So, and it's a good thing, and it's a very good thing that I have taken my time and sat on a lot of things for a long time for reasons like this. So it works out to my advantage. And my goal is to, you know, follow that case. And if there's new developments, yes, I'll be right on top of it. Definitely for the trial, definitely for the case. But, you know, you know, that's not going to be like a major significant, you know, like trial. Obviously, a lot of people have a misconception of understanding how the federal system works, you know, when you're up against federal charges. And, you know, unfortunately, there's a lot of people that wonder, why is it taking so long? Why is it doing this? Why is there continuance? Why is this? Okay, well, there's a lot of things in a process that goes in play. And maybe some people just can't comprehend or understand that process, or maybe it's not explained to them correctly. But this person is not just charged with federal charges, you know, with gun and ammunition charges. He's also being charged with assault from another person, on top of being a suspect for dealing rounds. So there's several things going on that can delay it. But I look at it as a blessing in disguise. While some people are in a hurry to rush it, I definitely would like to see it just stay as slow motion as it can possibly be. And I'll tell you why. You get one shot at convicting an individual or individuals for homicide. One shot. And law enforcement knows this. You get one good shot. You screw it up, you make some mistakes, and somebody can walk free. So let them take their time. If there is enough evidence to prove that somebody had committed a murder, there's nothing, absolutely nothing you can do to bring that person back. Absolutely nothing. At that point, that's when you know all you do have is time. That person ain't going to go nowhere. He's incarcerated. He's in jail. He ain't going nowhere. And his age is up against him too. And a lot of people don't know, that have never been incarcerated, don't know how the system works on the inside. They don't realize that some prisons, they charge you for toilet paper and tampons. Jails, you know, you're only given so much, right? You have to pay your doctors, you know, you have to, if you get any commissary money, guess what? They'll pull your commissary money just to pay for your $10 or $20 doctor visit, right? Depends on how that state in that county or whatever works. So if you've got a lot of medical conditions and a lot of medical visits, you ain't going to enjoy commissary like you want to. You're in poverty, you know, you're indigent. So, there's a lot of things that are involved, and being in jail, you know, grant you, it's a disadvantage to some degree because prison is a little bit more better with a little bit different dynamics involved than jail itself. So, but is he going to get scot-free? No, he's not. He ain't going nowhere. That dude's going to be locked up for a long time, just with the charges that he's got alone. On the two other ones that have nothing to do with Dylan are enough to, you know what, we'll be surprised if he lives long enough, because he's done so much damage to his health, his body, you know. um I wonder how much liver damage that guy has. Okay, think about it. So, and who's to say somebody doesn't have high blood pressure or diabetes, uncontrolled diabetes, or arthritis, or kidney problems, or cancer? You just don't know. So it's unfortunate that they, you know, declined the offer of a plea situation where it would give them the opportunity to know where the body is, if that person was to state where the body is. It's unfortunate that they declined that. When we're in the moment of trying to feel like we want justice for someone we've loved and lost, we have a lot of anger built up. You get a lot of bitterness and anger and hatred. Okay. And I say this from experience. All right, you guys, I don't say this just to talk, but you go through emotions that are expected because we're human. That's part of our human behavior. But when you come to a realization and you figure it out, that there's nothing you can do to bring the person back, and even the justice that you think you're going to get is nothing. It's not going to be the justice that you're going to expect, because the legal system is like a freaking baseball game. You know, it's just what it is. There's discretions that are used. There's maximum sentences. There's, lesser sentences. There's plea deals. There's all kinds of dynamics into the decision process of sentencing, et cetera, et cetera. And the older you are, obviously, it's going to be a disadvantage to you. I mean, if you're in your 60s, let's say you get sentenced up to, you got two different types of charges and you're sentenced 10 years for this one and 15 for that. All right, there's 25 years, right? You really think he's going to get that lucky to live till 85 years old? I doubt it. And then by the time, if his sentences are concur back to back, okay, federal comes first before state, by the way, just so you know. And whatever charge is first, you got the federal, then you got the state. So which state came first? Well, that's obviously the assault, right? With that other guy. Well, his sentence is going to come first before Dylan's sentence would come first, right? So it's going to go in order. They're not going to just pick the bigger favor. Maybe they would. I don't know. I doubt it, but it, we'll take that back. It could go, because if that was like an assault or a misdemeanor or whatever, that would be a lesser charge, and homicide would probably be a bigger sentence. But think about this. Even in homicide, not even having a body, yeah, it's a complex situation. You can still try a case. Attorneys don't like it, but it is possible. It happens a lot, more than people know. And but the sentencing, what if he didn't get first degree murder? What if he got second degree murder? Okay, let's go down and attempted second degree murder. Oh, even better yet, let's go down to manslaughter, right? Because you got the victims gone, right now you only have the person who commits the crime, right? And if there's one person, well, he can sit there and say, well, self-defense. Well, then you got to prove yourself beyond a reasonable doubt that it was self-defense. But you know what really sucks about that whole situation is the victim's dead. The victim can't speak and there's no witnesses. And because everybody in that town have been cowardly, nobody wants to talk. Somebody has to know something, right? Or they're trying to make themselves feel so important that they might know something or allude that they might know something, and just for attention seeking. Who knows? We just don't know. Just don't know. I don't know. I can go on and on and on. So ambulance went by this morning, woke me up. I look out, my elderly neighbors, but it kept going. Well, that's a good thing. Some people just don't belong on. Yeah, I agree. YouTube has been dangerous. It has had its dangerous moments. It really has. But we hope with this changes and stuff that things will go better. And I mean, I can foresee things to be better, calmer. I know on my end, on my channel, it will be, as long as they stay in their yard, you know, because they don't want to have a tea party with me. They just don't want to have a tea party with me. It could be a good day or a bad day with me on a tea party. It depends. The rumors and drama continues. Yeah. What else do we have? Team Sassy's here. Okay. Yeah, I was definitely laughing when you guys told me. It was Salty who texted me. Salty and Exposing that texted me. About the incident the other day when I was on the phone. Oh my God. And then after I got done with that, I continued on. Oh, you're talking about the other thing. Oh, I miss, I don't know why I couldn't read. I thought that was Exposing for a second. Sorry, guys. But that wasn't. BG was out of line. Yeah, that girl was a little different. Definitely different. Yeah. I wonder what will be said now. Exactly. She was condescending and thought Salty needed to answer her. We should have told her Salty doesn't answer to no one except for his mother and his wife. Talking to him like he was outside the DRQ. I know, right? I hope she tells me that. I don't know. I just, kind of hope she does. She isn't a part of the community. Maybe the Cucumber Queen community, aka drama. Oh my Lord. They can all hang out. Yep. We can do without, that's for sure. What else? Because she gets kicked out of every community. Really? Boy. Oh, yeah. You know it. I guarantee she probably will cower out, decline. I would think. Yeah, I agree, Mir. Just a chit-chat. Exactly. Definitely chit-chat. Jim Terry can tell her all about our chit-chats. Gotta mention him again. What have we got here? Those voices of her. I'm reading your texts, you guys. I'm reading them. I mean, if I read every single one of them, y'all are reading them too. So, you know, I'm just, you know how I skim through it. Now, see, that's the thing I've been in the dark with a little bit, you know. Some people I've been in the dark or just have no interest. How long has this person been on YouTube? Yeah, I wouldn't go that far as saying loving and sweet. I didn't get that part. All I got was, is there something wrong with her? Oh God, hell no, she ain't my old Betsy. Oh my Lord. You know better, girl. You know better. Thank you, Mayor. It's good to be back too. Definitely. You know, I think a lot of people are happy, you know, because one, I think they've gone through hell and back on YouTube and they're just exhausted, mentally exhausted. I mean, it can be mentally and emotionally just draining. And I mean, some people might like that, but not everybody does, you know. And, you know, like, look how long it took Ranger to get on a panel. Took him forever, right? Because he likes real topics. He likes real discussions, serious discussions. And that's what intrigues him. He's a very intellectual individual. He's a nerd like I am, and I love it, you know? I just love it because we can go on and pick our brains and have great conversations. And that's why I love having Salty too, because, oh, I have fun playing. Because, you know, I think I'm the best mom. And I'll tell you why I'm the best mom. Because I understand the stories. I can understand them, you know? And it's great when you can have fun and enjoy yourself and be sincere and be on the same page level. You know, you just can't do that. My kids are awesome. I do. I have the best kids. I really do. All of my kids are creative. Every one of them. Every one of them. I am so blessed. And I can't say anything less about that. That's for sure. So, and I'm just grateful for the people that come into my life too, you know. You think about it, our lives are so short, you know. It really, really is short. So, with what time we do have on this earth, we want to enjoy it as much as we can. And I've been getting frustrated lately because I've been working a lot, and I like being at home. I like putzing. I like doing my own thing. There was a time where I was able to do that. But you get to a point where I just don't like city life. I don't like city life. I need to go away from city life. And my kids think I'm crazy again because I said, I want to go off grid again. I want to go off grid. Mom. And I said, no, I literally want to go off grid. I love no traffic. I love no crap. I love no electric bill. The electric, oh my Lord, I'm going to die this winter. I'm really going to pay for it this winter. So, yeah. And the expenses, you know, we think about it, all we are modern day slavery. That's all we all are. We are just working to be a slave. Yep, we sure are. Working to be a slave. And how much of that time do we get to really truly enjoy ourselves or be in tune with nature or family or friends or good times and things that we want to explore and do? Well, when you live in the city, you're limited, right? The old saying is you got to work hard and play hard. If you work so hard, then you might get a year vacation, and a week's vacation, right? Or you save up for a couple weeks vacation. Hell, I don't want to work all damn year long for a 2-week vacation. I want to be able to have a vacation when I want to, right? I want to be spontaneous. I don't like that plan ahead kind of thing, though I will have to plan ahead for next year. I do want to go on a cruise next Christmas. Yep, told my kids that's what I want to do. I told them they have to pay for the ticket, though, because I'm the mother. And that has to be my Christmas present. Yeah, so I'm preparing them already in advance, to letting them know what I want for Christmas. And that will make up for all the birthdays and Mama's days that they all forgot. Yeah. So I've got a leash around them now, because that's what I'm going to tell them that they are going to do, is buy me a cruise for Christmas. Of course, they have to go with me, because I ain't going by myself. Yeah. So that's my wishful thinking. We'll see if I get there or not. We'll have to do a stream, though. If I do, I'll make video streams about it. I promise you I will. But my goal is to eat as much as I want to, and sit under a cabana, drink a pina colada, and shoot the shit with the bartender. Yeah. Yeah. Got to have that experience. Just got to have that experience. Kind of like feel like you're on the Titanic, And I told my kids I got to have a balcony, And I told them, don't throw me off the balcony. I just want a balcony so I can sit and have a cigarette, But I don't know if I'm allowed to smoke on the balcony. That'll really suck. That would really suck. I wonder if you're allowed to smoke on a ship. Does anybody know that answer? That would really suck if you're not allowed to smoke on a ship. I definitely would not go on a cruise if that was the case. I don't think I have that much discipline. Yeah. Does anybody have that answer? Walk on the beaches. I'm stuck on that. Oh yeah, definitely walking on the beach. You can't smoke on the cruise, but you have smoking rooms? Really? Oh, now that is really cool. Can you imagine me having a smoking room and doing a YouTube channel at the same time? Girl, I'd have cocktails after cocktails, and I'd be chain smoking. Oh, definitely. Yeah. And I would show you everything. Yeah. Like put y'all on a cruise with me. Definitely. That would be so awesome. We could take Salty and exposing. Yes. Gotta have all my kids. All of my kids. Yeah. Okay. Salty, exposing. You're going on the cruise with me, by the way. Just so you know, Christmas next year. Yep. Sorry, guys. I'm lighting up a cigarette. No, I don't do drugs. Just a cigarette. But these damn cigarettes I have, they burn out. So if you light it up and you only take one drag and you put it down, the damn thing will go out. I know Salty always asks me, what the hell are you doing? What are you lighting up? It ain't a candle. It's a cigarette. But if it's a candle, I'll tell you if it's a candle. Definitely. Okay, so Team Sassy says, yes, outside. I've been cruises, Bahamas 3 times. Don't you love the taxes in Bahamas? I heard it's horrible. Yes. Exposing, if you're listening to me, tell Salty, start saving money. We're going on a cruise for Christmas next year. Bahamas is cruising our cheapest. Oh, I heard in Florida, when my friends went on cruises, they used to complain about the Bahamas and they didn't like the taxes. But yeah, y'all can. Hey, you know what? Maybe we could do that. Hey, if y'all win Powerball, send me a ticket, please. Send me a portion. I'll take refunds too. I collect refunds. Did you know that, man, on Bob's panel, get this, you guys. Boy, they were all fighting over money on his panel. You need to give this back. You need to get this back. You need to get that. I heard it. Jim, that mama lady, and this other Leanne. I don't know. I don't even know those girls, but I don't know the whole scoop of what's going on. But I thought it was so funny. Oh my God, they had me in tears. I was having such a good old time. I didn't get kicked out of chat either. I was so happy. I was so proud of myself. I didn't offend anybody that I know of. But anyways, which is hard to believe. But yeah, they were all talking about you need to refund this and refund that. And you know what I put in the chat? I'm accepting refunds. Yeah. Y'all don't want to give each other money back, but you're more than welcome to give it to me. I'll take it. Oh, hell yeah. Then I could buy a whole year's worth of membership with Salty. Yep, sure can. And Stony. Oh, she's probably passed out now. She probably got her nails done today. She's probably doing her hair tomorrow. She'll probably get her eyebrows plucked too on Wednesday, I would think. She still has my membership money. She volunteered for me. She's going to float me. I'll pay her next year on a Tuesday for a cheeseburger. That way she can give the cheeseburger to Salty. That's how we're going to work that one out. Yeah. So we're just all having fun. But yeah, they were all talking about refunds. And I was like, damn, I think they were deliberately ignoring me because I kept saying in the chat, but I don't think nobody was listening. But that's all right. That's okay. Maybe one day I'll win the damn lottery. Did I ever tell you guys about the time that I did win the lottery? Yeah, I did win the lottery once. Came close to a second time too. I was active duty in the military. And Grandma had my numbers. And she used to play my numbers religiously every week. Every week. I call home for the first time when I was active in basic training. And she tells me, I've got some bad news to tell you. And I'm like, oh no, right? She had a reaction to milk. And all of a sudden her eyes went out. It was the craziest, wickedest thing. I mean, literally, she could not see. All right. So she goes and tells my cousin to go buy her lottery tickets. Oh, I could just kick him in the rear so hard. I mean, literally, seriously, really. You know what he did? He took her money and the lottery tickets. Forgot to buy the damn lottery tickets. So the next day, Grandma's thinking, my cousin bought the lottery tickets, right? And she's excited and she's telling him, oh, give me my lottery tickets. The lottery's coming up. He realized, oh shit, he screwed up. He didn't buy them. She writes down the lottery numbers, right? She compares her numbers and my numbers and a few other family members' numbers. And my numbers hit number to number. Kid you freaking not. First time in history, Grandma didn't get to play lottery. And the cousin screws up. I win the lottery. And I don't get paid. That's my luck. Yeah. Second time I attempted to play the lottery. It was around Christmas time in Florida. I had my kids and we were buying scratch tickets and everything. And then all of a sudden I played the lottery. Lottery comes about. First number in a row. Second number in a row. Third number in a row. Oh, wow. I'm doing really good, right? I've got several numbers in a row that's hit number to number. How lucky is that, right? Then you go down the last two numbers. I was off on the fifth number, off by two. Two numbers off. Then the last number rolls in, and guess how many numbers I was off by? One. I was off in two places. I was so pissed. I won like $179 that day. But still, I didn't win the major mega. You know what I mean? If I won the major mega, I guarantee you I'm going to blow YouTube up. I'm going to blow YouTube up. Not in a bad way, in a good way. Entertainment way. Yeah, entertainment way. Oh, gotta be careful what we say here because people will take it literally because they don't listen on YouTube. That's a little problematic thing that YouTube has. People only want to hear what they want to hear, or they just want to create a little drama story, you know? Yeah. And that happens. That happens. So where's Tony? She was here earlier. Yeah. Excuse me. I you know what, Mayor? I can't do vaping. That stuff kills me. And I have a hard time with changing cigarettes too. Yeah. But how many people do we have? We still have 128 people watching. And I'm so, so glad. I'm so tickled pink. I can't believe this. This is amazing. I hope this happens every time we do a live, you guys. I really do. I've had the most relaxing show. I don't think we've had a relaxing show like this in forever ages. Forever ages. So, and go figure, my cigarette went out again. Kid you not, I'm going to video record. I'm going to video record one day, me smoking a cigarette, and because I have to prove my point to Salty and let him know this is what happens to my cigarettes. They go out. I got 3/4 of a cigarette and it's burnt out. And that's my problem. I smoke just a little bit. I don't smoke a lot, really, because I don't smoke the whole damn thing. And then if I did leave it in the damn ashtray, and let's say if it did caught enough oxygen where it was actually burning down the cigarette, damn thing turns into a tube of ash, and then I waste a cigarette. Go figure. If I sit it in that damn ashtray, sometimes it'll go out. Most of the time it does. And then the times where I want to have a cigarette, it burns to an ash. Oh, I swear. I do need to give up smoking. I really do. You know what? I've been trying to eat more dried fruit. Yeah. I went to a Dollar Tree and I got these dried bananas, the dehydrated ones. They're pretty darn good. Did you know that they sell dehydrated pears and strawberries? I bought those too. Those are pretty darn. The pears were really good, by the way, so you know. But what time do we got here, you guys? We got what, 10 o'clock? That's not bad. Okay, I'm paying attention to chat now. Yes, I see. What are you doing? Right now I'm smoking a cigarette. Can you see the chat? Yep, I'm reading it. Yep. I tried calling you, but you went MIA. Not me. I'm still in the same place. I don't know what happened to you. But did you get my message? So y'all know I'm talking to, you lost your phone? Dude, you got some issues. We're talking the means of savagery right now. You lost your phone? How can you do that? My phone is lost. I just got another one, and no. I don't know. Boy, your dog ate your phone, maybe? Or the squirrel in the backyard took the phone. You just got a new one. Boy, that can be dangerous, you know? Losing a phone, and then somebody gets a hold of your phone, and guess what? They kept all your information. Both. Okay. Well, did you, they're fighting over it. Yep, they're fighting over it, definitely. Probably got it in a, what are those little creatures called? Gnomes. It's probably in fairyland right now. Hey, did you ever get a hold of that individual we were talking about by chance? You know what I'm talking about, right? You did? So is she going to be contacting me? All right. Because my window is very limited this week, so you know. Because, you know, I called in 2 nights in a row. I just did not feel well enough to go to work. I needed a break anyways. I was like 7 days a week for how many weeks? Oh my God. I was so tired, you guys. I've not had a day off, literally no day off. I work 7 days a week. And though it might not look like 7 days a week because you got to show up in one night for, the last couple of hours at night, but you're working in the morning, you know what I'm saying? Well, it's like weird hours. I've got the weirdest freaking hours. And that's why I have no life. Message her now, So you're blowing up my chat. You're moving everybody around here. Where'd all my people go? Where did my monster go, and my mayor go, and my intuitive, and my team sassy go? Where'd y'all go? Well, I am. Oh, Shaq, what is your sign? That's funny, Star. You are funny. I think you can figure that one out. I think I'm as obvious can get. There you are, Mayor. I'm on a lag. Am I on a lag, you guys? Really? Oh, I think I know why now. Okay. So, let me go to this part. Hold on. Let me work on this. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this. No, I don't want to remove that. Why am I doing that? Because I still need that. Do I need that? Yeah, I do need that because I can't do what I want to do at the end. Yeah, you guys, I'm used to talking to myself sometimes. So, but yeah, so we'll do this again tomorrow. At least it's 10 o'clock my time. So, or 11, that's not that bad. And I'll get a decent night's sleep. And I would suspect tomorrow's live could be around, let's see, maybe the 3 o'clock mark. How does that sound, you guys? Does that sound good to you? Oh, wait, I got to go to the surgeon's tomorrow. Yeah, we're gonna talk about my toe. Poor thing. I'm doing everything I can to save this thing. It's gonna really suck. You know that? It's gonna really suck. I'm at the point where I can bend my toe now, not 100% all the way. Still a little inflammation, but I'm bending it a hell of a lot better than when I did when I was in the hospital, when they were wanting to just cut it off. So we're at the wait and watch game. The same thing I suggested to the surgeon in the hospital, he's now suggesting to me last week or so. And I started laughing. I said, "Oh, so you're taking my advice, doctor? Is that what you're doing? Let's try the antibiotic regimen." Huh, how'd that work out for me? Well, we got some improvement here. And I suggested to him on the last visit, "Doc, why don't you just, since I got some slight improvement here, why don't you just consider putting me on another 5-week regimen of antibiotics?" Well, then, he gives me his side of the theory. Watch tomorrow. I'll be so curious. I can't wait to tell you what he says tomorrow. Yeah, that was the first thing I did. Get on the phone, call my kids up and said, "You won't believe this shit, man. I am really tired of some people that don't need to be practicing medicine." And that really scares the shit out of me. It really does. And I had to research this guy too, because I was getting nervous, especially in the hospital. Where did everyone go? I don't know. It's a weeknight, so some of these people probably have to work and go to bed, and they know that. I thought we were leaving too. You know me, Mayor. Come on, I have a hard time letting go. It's been so awesome. You know, I'm terrible with goodbyes, just terrible. But it's like tomorrow, about 3 o'clock, we'll do another live between 3 and 5. No, let me see how about this is going to work. Doctor appointment's at 10. Okay, and I'll get done by 12. I got to sleep. So if I sleep till 8 in the morning, which is late for me, I'm usually an early riser. So used to never be, but now I am. So I figured I figured, yeah, I could probably swing it to about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As long as I get done by 6, because I do need to get some sleep a little bit more before I go in again. It's because it's an all-nighter. That's the only reason, you know. So if I do 2, that would be cool because then I could stay till 6, you know. That'd be 4 hours. But if I do 3, that's still 3 hours. That's still a good long time, you know. Yeah. Salty was trying to pull a Shaq when he pulled a 5-hour the other night. Yeah. He ain't used to that. I'm not used to it either. Boy, I got to get in practice again. So anyways, so that's what we'll do. Tomorrow, I'll go ahead, call it a night. It's been real. It's been fun. It's been great. And I've had a wonderful time. I've enjoyed myself, and I hope you guys did as well. We'll talk more, definitely. And I'll probably fire the engine up around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Keep your notifications on. If you haven't hit that like button, please do. It helps the algorithm. I know it doesn't make sense to me either, but supposedly it helps. Will push us back into that system again. You know what I mean? And let's take a different route with this in a different direction. And I think we're gonna do good. And you know, somebody gave me a super sticker, super chat earlier in the night, and I meant to say something, and we got carried away with the video, and I totally neglected that person. So I apologize to them. So I will definitely have to address them tomorrow. And if anyone else had done anything, oh, please forgive me, because you know I'm very bad. It's hard to focus. I don't know how in the hell Salty and all of them people do it. I just don't know. But it is a lot of work. Good night, Mayor. Good night, McMonster. Good night, Intuitive. Good night. Oh, I'm the worst patient too. Oh my God. I feel you on that. Good night, Means of Savagery. Good night, Sassy. What else we got? Team Sassy. We've got so many other people. I can't remember who is all on here. Trying to scroll, guys. Trying to scroll. If I have forgotten you, I am sorry. Good night, Fast Eddie. Good night, Ranger. Good night, Kayana Banana. Good night, Drew Smith. Just a farmer in North Carolina worried about a fellow farmer. Well, thank you, Drew. Let us know, you know, if it's Dylan, we understand. But we'll definitely keep you updated. Good night, Star. Yeah, good night to everybody I can't see, because, you know, this thing is forever long. But I appreciate each and every one of you. Have a wonderful day tomorrow. Get some sleep. We'll see you again tomorrow. Hope you guys can show. And we'll do another round. I mean, hell, if we had to do 3, you know, I could probably get away with maybe a 2-hour one on Tuesday. Okay, just so you know, during, what would it be, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday would be the days I could probably swing an hour or two, you know, where we can continue on this. If we don't finish it all up in a couple of days. But, you know, I like my Friday nights. So, and then Saturday night is also a decent night for me too. So that would probably be a good window for me. But I'll keep you updated and we'll see how things go tomorrow and everything. But thank you again for all your support and your love. I really appreciate it. I can't wait to see you guys again tomorrow. God bless. And you guys have a wonderful, wonderful night. Okay. And, oh, I forgot. I saw some messages. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Poor guys. I'm so delayed on paying attention to these poor comments and messages. I'm so bad, so bad, so bad. I need a second pair of eyes. I really do. All right. I'm scrolling through. All right. Well, you guys be safe. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And I will see you guys tomorrow.